Hello? Can you hear me? Can I hear me? Oh, is my silly. This is why I'm getting a new microphone. This is why, because I can't freaking hear myself. Come on. I think we're good. Yeah, I can hear myself now. Excellent. 10 stream streak, hot damn. Welcome in. How we doing? Okay. Hi. Fire with the quick draw. Hell yeah. Nice grab. Oh, Slinky was second. Nice. How we doing? How's our day been? At last in your rightful place, you've reclaimed your crown. Good to see. Hup, that awful. Absolutely awful. Come on. I've drawn lines. I swear I've drawn lines before. Twins? 10 twins? This is why I need to do warm-ups. Oh, squiggly lines. Squiggliest of lines. You know what? I'm just committing. Regardless of how squiggly they are, they're staying on the page. It's a mid-roll kind of day. Yeah. Completely agree. Oh, it's fine. We accept our mistakes. You know what? If I'm in a squiggly line kind of place at the moment, then that's where I'm at, you know? Oh, these are painful. These are incredibly painful. Look away. Oh, God. Billy with third. Nice. Nice grab. Embrace our strengths and weaknesses. Yeah, well, the problem is... I hate it. Problem is I hate facing reality. The reality being that I can't draw a straight line to save my life. Maybe it's a case of reframing. Maybe I just need to reframe it. They're not non-straight lines. They're straight lines that are filled with character. Hold shift. Funnily enough, it doesn't actually do anything. I'm holding shift at the moment. It doesn't do anything in Clip Studio. Clip Studio is a connect the dot system. So you do a dot and then you hold shift and then you connect to another spot. Literally unplayable, if you say so. I believe it is, as the kids say, a skill issue. And my skills are suffering. Sounds like a skill issue. It does. Hi, Future Proof. How you going? Future Proof, do not look at my lines. FPV, I need to get all the poor lines out of my system. I need to get them all out of my system. Purge. Clip Studio is the villain. Callers came from inside the house. Oh no! Clip Studio. Is there something you haven't told me? Is there something that you're keeping from me? Clip Studio. trail. Oh, here we go. We've got some decent lines now. Yeah, as I said, I needed to get it out of my system. Needed to get it out of my system, and then I can do straight lines again, kind of semi straight lines. More like blip bludio. Yeah, exactly. Lines are about as straight as a one. I mean, it's all subjective, right? One person's straight line is another person's wibbly wobbly, and I think that's wonderful. But at the same time, if I'm trying to improve how straight of a line I can produce, wibbly wobblies isn't the flavour I'm going for. 15's not bad. 15's not bad at all. How does 15 look, Billy? As you confidently stride into the tavern. Not yucking anyone's yum, or just Korea little cuties. I mean, hey. I can say with confidence that none of the lines I've drawn today are straight, so... Raise your hands up. Art Quest Redeem. Ooh, let's have a look. Let's have a look, shall we? You walk up to the quest. You pull it from the dagger with which it is secured to the beam with. And you read. The Pit King is wanting a serious portrait of themselves. Cold colours only. Blue, green, purple, etc. What do you reckon? It's a pretty exciting one. I do like the sound of this one. We've had a couple of portraits of him before. I'm curious to see an FPV portrait of the Pit King. Good quest? Yeah, I reckon. So, FPV. Does this sound like a quest that you'd be willing to embark on? And if so, how long will the journey take? Portrait, no problem. You accept with a few questions. 1, does the Pit King have lore-locked features? Not particularly. This is his general vibe, but you don't need to adhere to this, right? If you want to give him hair, give him hair. If you want to give him like 2, 3, 5 crowns, do as you wish. Just keep to the spirit of the Pit King. Basically, like the Goblin Lord that rules over the pit with an iron fist. If you capture that, then I reckon you've nailed it. A few sentences about him can use for inspiration. Sure. So, as I said, ruler over the pit. He gets first dibs on the pile of miscellaneous things in the center of the pit. He kind of gives the bone collector a wide berth. So if the bone collector decides to move around the Pit King is kind of just let the bone collector do what he does. The pit isn't particularly... it's not like a warmongery place anymore. So the Pit King doesn't really usually do that much. Very much so like a tyrant that sits upon a pile of gold type deal. His intelligence might sit around 9 to 12. Yeah, yep. Pretty accurate. I'd say his charisma is quite high. I'd say a high charisma score. Sometimes the pit will be gobbling. That's when you'd be swobbling. Yeah, exactly. Give you... Test your speed tonight, 45 minutes. Okay, all right. 45 minutes. Locked in. The quill moves, shifts, and signs your name at the bottom of the document. Okay, it's been locked in. The Pit King expects great things. 46 check-ins. Hell yeah, Alt. Hell yeah. How you doing, bud? Don't think you've done a portrait for the channel yet. No, I don't believe so. I think they've all been Either miscellaneous items or more scenic. Nothing portraity so far. Off the top of my dome. Doing all right? Glad to hear it. One more question. Yeah, hit me with it. Is this a clothed world? Yeah, in the simplest sense. People wear clothing. You got double credit for last stream for the watch streak. You're up to 27 now. What, as in it doubled your streak? So you went from what, like 12 to 24 or something? You do be wearing pants every now and then. Yeah, no, I anticipate that most people would describe our world that we live in as a clothed world as well. Do intelligent creatures wear clothes? Yes. Oh, yeah, correct, yeah. 24 to 26. Maybe the watch streak thing is weird in the sense that it sometimes takes a while to update. Like, I'll be watching a fire stream, for example, and I'll be sitting at 2 out of 3, and then partway through the stream it'll tick to 3 out of 3. So it looks like there's almost a like a validating period. I don't know how else to describe it. So it might have been the case that you were at 24 going into 25 last stream, and then now you've ticked over to 26. I just agree that clothes are hella annoying and inconvenient under most circumstances. I don't know. Clothes allow for a little bit of expression, I feel. Like, for example, when I'm starting a new character in a video game, and I get the option of equipping gloves, I'm going, hell yeah! Now I get to, I get to pick an additional thing that my character gets to express themselves with. Barcode maxing, correct. Absolutely. I heard the term "less is more," and I vehemently shook my head. Oh, absolutely not. More is more. God, if one barcode is good for a shelved product, imagine like 50. Imagine 50 barcodes. 6 to 7 Rismy. It's a direct quote, I think. I believe that's a direct quote. Don't want nobody looking at your booty cheeks. I mean, that's fair. That's another argument for clothing, I suppose. Con of clothing kind of gets in the way sometimes. Pro, nobody can see your booty cheeks. Okay, we've got one in each column. Why are we pulling lines? I'm warming up my hand. I've gotten quite lazy with my good habits, so I'm starting to reinstate them again. So I've been doing line warm-ups, I've been doing spinning cubes, I'm doing street studies at the moment, looking to re-up my my learning. There we are. Boom. Drawings, studies, lines. There we go. Ooh. Cheap viewers. Hell yeah. Oh, but Automod snagged it this time. Okay. Thank you, Billy, for the pen. Beat me to it. Less and more can't be correct. They're opposites. That's what I'm saying, Alt. More barcodes. Let's bring back scanners. Were scanners I remember scanners being a horror movie. Is it something else that I'm not aware of? Con, no one can see your booty cheek. Yeah, okay, other side of the coin. What is bare minimum clothing? Define. Oops. Twitch has already banned the account. Just got the email notification. Ooh, hell yeah. Twitch working in overdrive. You have chronic flat ass, so there would be nothing to look at. I love that logic. Pff, I don't wear pants. I don't even have a butt to look at. The only Zoomer word you can say is chat. Is that a Zoomer word? Deary dear. Broke the wheel. Oh, dearie dear. That's okay. We can reinvent it. How you going, PB? Always do skinny cubes. Chathu, he says it's their government name. That's why you got to cover it up. Got to pay if you want to see these cheeks. I mean, that's fair. Know what you're worth, alt, as financial advisors always say. Bot tried posting best viewers links. It did. It did. Start the clock. Okay. Clock has started at 24 minutes on my end. So if you want 45 minutes, it'll be... what? An hour and 10? Yeah. Okay. Yep, clock started. Has the Arc Quest spawned yet? Yeah, FPV just nabbed it. Literally just nabbed it. Time for you to bounce. Enjoy your stream today, man. Thank you, bud. Enjoy work. I'll catch you later. How are we doing, by the way? I spoke a lot yesterday about how I've been doing. I feel guilty. I didn't really get to hear about everybody's weekend. Hope we did. Hope we got up to stuff. Like a crack dealer. I don't know. That's a lifestyle choice, you know. I feel as though that's very much so like a wanting to get into it type thing. Talk about knowing worth of something. Sent the crochet blanket to your aunt today, and the post guy was like, "How much is this worth?" He told him it was handmade blanket, was worth more than $200. Kind of gave you a blank stare before he slowly blinked and was like, "Okay, yeah." Well, that's the problem, right? Is with being in the pit, with mass production. people have just completely deleted from their brain this idea of the worth of hand-created stuff. It's just, yeah, like, you can buy a t-shirt for $20, or you can get a handmade sewn t-shirt or whatever, and that's going to cost you like $200 because it takes a lot of time and manpower that goes into it. Give you a prompt because you're bored of being artless? Oh, give you a prompt. Yeah, okay, all right. Have you done something for Dinovember? Because that prompt is going until the end of this week. So if you're looking for something to draw, that would be my first recommendation. I mean, you did the dodo before. Was that your Dinovember prompt though? The inverted dino? Yeah, okay. I can't think of anything off the top of my head. All I can think of is spinning cubes at the moment. I'm sorry. You can join me in drawing spinning cubes. Dinos are like the ants of being green. Think about it. I don't like it. I don't like the logic. You'll have me know that you're very average. Oh, well, welcome to the chat, Average Bob. How you going? They call me Average Bob. If you don't like the logic, didn't think about it hard enough. Well, the problem is very much so like a staring into the void instance, right? Where you can sit there staring into the void, but you can feel yourself going insane as you do so. So I hear your offer to stare into the void, and I raise you not staring into the void instead. Rolling a 9 is as rare as rolling a 1 or a 20. We're all like, oh, that's average. Yeah. Probability doesn't care about the value that we place on the end result. It will provide us with things, and whether we like the thing or dislike the thing, probability doesn't care. It's a cruel existence, but the god of numbers do what it do. Some people just aren't mentally strong enough to know the similarities between ants and dinosaurs that are green. It's true. It's true. Can you see a picture at the picking again? Of course. Ba-boom. The god of numbers is the demiurge. Is it? Is that how that works? Again with the skinny cube. Why do I do this? Need to remember that when it's angled away, it gets squishy. Demiurge creates the god of numbers. You're right. Yeah, I thought so. Yeah, no stress, FPV. All good. God of Numbers is your aunt. She's an accountant. Ooh. Related to to cosmic royalty. You have a hamburger and you're not afraid to use it? Hell yeah. I could go for a hamburger. I could go for a hamburger. Welcome back. How'd we go? Any exciting adverts? Anything particularly spicy? Don't need to hum anymore. There's a new music bot. Is there? The bot is back in town. The bot is back in town. Sesame or no sesame? As in sesame seeds, sesame oil? What are we talking? Sesame Street? Are we deciding what to watch? Seeds. I appreciate a sesame seed. Adds like a modicum of protein to the bun, but more than anything, it's just an additional texture. Spices up the eating process a little bit. Adds a bit of crunch. Bring bad news. Heard Secret Spice is leaving the Spicy Fellas, forming a band with Justin Timberlake. Oh no. What will the Spicy Fellas do without Secret Spice? Depends on the burger. Sesame seed, you know, a hot burger is good, not cold burger. I mean, I guess? Who's having a cold burger though? Is the news just in when the spicy noodle is on? Boo. Oh, God. Fire. Now just in time is gonna... Oh, God. He just walked through the door. Well, that comment didn't age too well. Just in time. No, stop. Drawing these cubes front side or back side first? Front side, technically. What do we want on said burger? Have cheese, tomato, patty, and lettuce. Oh, that's pretty good. I tend to insist on pickles on a burger nowadays. So if you've got pickles on hand, that would be my recommendation. Bit of onion for that crunch. Again, because we're looking for a bit of textural variety. Because you want soft and crunch. You're drawing a burger, well there you go, yeah. Add pickles and onion if you can. Just in time would be a great name for a fast delivery service that specialises in bringing that spice. Forgot to buy it at Coolies. At Woolies, yeah. You've arrived just in time. Thank you. You're a chicken burger with a pickle and mayo guy? Yeah, yep. Chicken burger, maybe with like a coleslaw or something on the inside could be quite nice as well. A fried chicken and potato salad burger has been something that has been made aware to me, and it's freaking delicious. I can vouch for it. Oh, Bob, is that your vigilante scream out into the night? Perspective, rotating cubes. Bottom. Frog, hi. How you going? Before we get on to opening the document, here is the reference image that I'm using today. It is another lovely street scene. And similarly, I'm hoping to glean a little bit of perspective information from it, especially given that we've got funky things going on, right? Because we've got, again, these buildings experiencing one lot of perspective, and then the street sloping at a harder angle. Duck burger is really good. It makes you feel like a rich gentleman while eating it. I never eat chicken burgers. I insist on it being a wild goose burger. Create new from clipboard. There we go. I don't need these streets. Well, that's the thing, right? Is I'm trying to learn these streets, you know. Haven't been to stream in so long. Always busy when you go. All good, Frog. Glad to hear that you're doing well. I presume. I presume busy as well. I finally managed to check out your piece in person. It was sick. Really cool. I posted it in the Discord. It's as I thought it would be. Even more impressive in person. Definitely left a good impression. Really cool. 100% recommend having a teriyaki duck burger. A teriyaki duck burger is a statement. I can't speak to it. I've never had it. I can't knock it because I haven't tried it. Funny story. Chick-fil-A, probably don't know, it's Texan. I've heard of Chick-fil-A before. Ask extra pickles on their chicken sandwiches. They give you extra pickles, as in like extra full pickles on the side. Thanks. Of course. We know what it is. Yeah. No, we've been indoctrinated with with US culture to the point where we recognize the brands. Okay. Where are we heading? Perspective lines? Interesting. Okay. So each of them are kind of going to be experiencing their own. Yeah, alright, I see. I imagine that it's a similar setup to what we had before, where if I continued all of these lines, they would all reach the same perspective point. But then because the street is sloping as hard as it is... Yeah, look at this. They are all experiencing their own perspective. Oops. Huh. Interesting. Why is that not lining up? My thought would be that that lines up with their... But that's not the case at all. Interessant. Give you like 10 more pickles? Yeah, okay. Yeah, you weren't lying. Extra pickles and then some. Burger with under 200 pickles is not a real burger. Yeah, no, I believe in that. I mean, I was singing praises about the concept of a crunchy burger, right? If you don't have at least 200 pickles in the burger, can you truly call it crunchy at that point? Yeah. Media hypes up Chick-fil-A, but it's meh at best. It's pretty much in the same category as KFC or Zaxby's. Yeah. Well, the same with Wendy's, right? Wendy's gets hyped up as well. And I tried a Wendy's burger in Japan. Long story. I did try a Wendy's in Japan, and it was the most like average, completely fine, whatever burger of all time. Time check. You've got another 25 minutes. FPV. You got time. See the lines are paying off? Yeah. Yeah. Still wrapping my head around that. So if the lines aren't reaching a... Well, these are all adhering to a single point. Interesting. Does this line up with that? Yes. Then why doesn't this? Oh, it does. Frick then. Yeah, okay. Sure. I just got the initial lines wrong. Okay, I'm not crazy. It all works. Yep, so does that line. Yeah, that all lines up. Cool. I imagine... No. Does that mean that this... because that's a that's a slanted bit of like mini roofing, whatever thing. Yeah, all right, I see that. Interesting. I'd be curious. I'd imagine that if I zoomed out and I placed another like vanishing point for this building over on the left, these buildings over on the left, technically, they should all technically align. I might do that in a second. Might not line up due to lens adjustment and magnification. No, I was just drunk with my initial line placement. Had some vegetables and mincemeat soup. Oh, yum. Wendy's is so hit or miss. It's either the best fast food burger you've ever had or it's a horrific abomination of depths of hell. Well, that's the thing that was shocking, was I feel like I didn't experience either. Canvas properties, width. Let's bump that up to like 2000. Boom. Now, if I get a continuation going, does that... Which one is that one? Is it that? Okay. Oops. Did have it in Japan. Very liberal interpretation of American food. Only fair because US have liberal interpretation of their food. Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. The reason why I just kind of assumed that it would be a similar quality is because I pride myself in having had McDonald's food all over the place, and it tends to be pretty samey. I say that, but I've also heard that McDonald's in the US compared to Australia is like night and day, because Australia actually gets fresh produce. Yeah, no, the thought had never crossed my mind. I'm assuming I just drew the lines wrong. I'm assuming that all of these lines on the left are going to line up with a point over on the right. But I was just doing it stupid. I also need to recognize that there are going to be issues with like how the building is assembled and stuff. If things are installed wibbly wobbly, then the lines aren't going to line up in the way that I need them to. But that in and of itself is useful, because if building can get away with being wibbly wobbly, then if I'm doing quirky building, I can also get away with wibbly wobbly. It's useful. It's useful information regardless. Yeah, okay, as I thought. I imagine that these ones down here are going to line up with a different spot, because I can see that they're wibbly wobbly with my bare face, so I anticipate that will be the case. Although here's the true test. Oh god, why are these windows so off? Down there? Really? Implying that the point is there? Does that work? I guess? Yeah, I suppose. But then I'd anticipate that this line... Wait, is that a balcony? Oh god, it's just pixels. I was going to say, if that's a balcony, that doesn't make sense because that ought to be on like that kind of angle, which it's super not, but... That all lines up. That works. Yeah, okay. Now I believe they should be, yeah, there are different elevations. That's not a completely straight line, but that's fine. They should be at different elevations. Right? Unless... They might not be. They might all be on the same horizon line. Interesting. I don't think they are. I think it's a little bit wibbly wobbly, but close enough to where I would be able to put them on there. McDonald's in other countries is hella better. In the US, you're pretty sure they just find the nearest landfill, find enough ingredients that won't have the FDA knocking on their door, grind it up, sanitize it, flavor it, put it in a press and call it food. I mean, hey, you have to appreciate the resourcefulness of the process. Yeah, as I thought, that second building back there is all sorts of wibbly wobbly, but that's fine. Interesting. Okay. Note to self, if you introduce a slope to the street, you can kind of just do whatever, as long as each individual instance of building is accurate to itself. I'm curious to where the stairs connect to. Does it connect to the same? It does. Very interesting. Yeah, okay. So the stairs are pretty accurate to the perspective of the building on the left. Nice to see. You're done with the burger? Nice, 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 nice. Yeah, no, the stairs line up with the building on the left. I mean, it makes sense, right? Because it's tacked onto the side. But I just find it funny that the stairs are accurate to the building on the left, but then this second building on the left towards the middle is completely inaccurate. I imagine because it's bent. I imagine because it's bending around the curve. That's the thing that's messing with it. Got to hold a baby ringtail possum yesterday. Someone is showing him to you, and he just decided to climb into your arms. That's so cute. Could you show it? Yeah, of course, Pippi. That's so cute. A little... How big is this thing? How big are we talking? A baby ringtail possum. Oh, a scrumptious burger indeed. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Hello. Hi, Goblin. That was a lot of yelling you were doing in the background. Okay. So if we hide this... Yeah, I know. Paste from clipboard again. What size we talking? Canvas properties 416, 626. Why don't we double that? So we'll make it, we could triple it actually. Calculator. Calc. 417 times 3. 1251. Then 626 times 3. 1878. Bump it up to a 300 resolution. There we go. Oh. Speaking of little ringtail possums. You never actually look at the camera. Can you see the camera up there? Can you see the camera? Can you... Stop headbutting my desk. Hi. Hello, little one. Yeah, I know I'm doing the streaming again. She hates it. She hates it when I stream. Because it means I don't... She'll very happily not pay attention to me for a good solid 90% of the day. But then as soon as I start streaming, huge problem. Huge problem. Menace. Goblin was worshipping Bagagawa. I mean, she was yodeling. So she does this thing where she goes off inside, like in the main room of the house, and just yells into the aether about the fact that I'm ignoring her. I'm not ignoring you, you silly thing. Hi. Yep, so that has bumped up. Cool. Then we hide the original because we don't want to trace over it because that kind of defeats the purpose. So what did we learn? We learned that the stairs on the left adhere to the same perspective as the perspective on this left building here. This secondary left building here, its perspective shifts because it starts bending around the corner. The building on the right kind of adheres to the same horizon line as the building on the left, which is nice. And then the ground does kind of whatever it wants because it's big slopey business. Cool. Not sure if I know the Bagagwa reference. I don't. I'm not familiar. I am not familiar. Let's darken this background just a little bit, just so it's less harsh on the eyes. You having a good time? Purring away? Throw a YouTube short in Discord. Ooh, yep. Yep. Send it through to me. It dawned on me before that I was hesitating quite a bit with going with darker. So let's start a little bit dark and then see where we go from there. Line work done. Starting in color. Okay, you got this. You got 10 minutes. Self-imposed 10 minutes. You can always drag it out longer if you like. No stress. Unless you want the stress, in which case, lots of stress. Let's have a look. If the piece is that far across. Do the stairs come to the center? Yeah, the stairs are in the center. Interesting. Cool photography decision to do that. His name is AJ. The ringtail possum's name was AJ. Nice. Call this the floor. Punch the microphone a couple of times. Welcome back. Posted for my enjoyment later. One shot will not be enough. Merv is quite a character. Okay. I'm looking forward to the context. Oh, off you go. And now she's going to go sulk because she gets bored when I stream. She hangs out for a little bit. She's like, oh, this is great. Having quality time. And then she's like, ugh, you're not doing anything. Boring. She's going to go sulk in the sun. And then she'll start yodeling. And rinse, repeat. Ooh, that was on the wrong layer, wasn't it? Grab that, plonk that here, then merge these two. Let's chuck the stairs. Oops. Let's chuck the stairs on their own layer as well. Why is it doing all of this business now? Hello? No, sure, why not? Is it a different mode? Whatever, I can figure that out at some other point. Cut that out, put that in a new layer up there. Perfect. Merv is a seal point Siamese. Siamese are known for great vocal. Both your aunt Siamese talked a lot. One gave himself to... Ah, right, cat. Yes, okay. Yeah, I'm following. May or may not have been very confused for a sec. All good. I'm on the right page. To defend myself for a second, we were talking last night about a character who's like a weird worm guy who turns up in VR chat and does silly voices. And you said something along the lines of they're like a fun character or something along those lines. So I was immediately thinking some sort of meme mascot character, something. Marcus, yes. So as soon as you started using like cat terms, like quick hand, shorthand cat terms to describe this character, it threw me for a loop. I suddenly was, I don't know, I was going through all sorts of confusions. Had no idea what I was doing. Yeah. Keep my name keep his name in my mouth. Sorry, my bad. Keep my name in his mouth? Yeah, okay. Sure. Yeah, Marcus ought to know who I am. Don't you know who I am? No, I don't actually. Who are you? Good news and bad news, by the way. Good news, sleep is fixed. Sleep is officially fixed. I woke up well in the morning, well in the AM, well and truly in the AM. Slept really well, solid sleep, not broken up over last night. Like the night before last, I woke up multiple times. I struggled with getting back to sleep, kind of slipping in and out of consciousness. I had to take a nap during the day to kind of tide myself over, like a whole mess. Today, not so much. Slept all the way through, not a problem. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy, and all that jazz. But at the same time, I'm like, my energy is just all over the place. This is going to make zero sense, but I'm just describing it as I'm feeling it. I have received an energy backlash because I've received good sleep. I don't know how to logic it, so I can't explain it to you in a way that makes sense. But my body is absolutely exhausted because I have slept well. I don't know how. Yeah, it doesn't make sense. I will be the first to admit that. So if I doze off in the middle of stream, just let me know. Just be like, hey Mahali, you've fallen asleep. I'll be like, oh, thank you. Sorry. You had a doctor pulling you once on the phone. Don't you know who I am? No, should I? Cue the longest befuddled grumbling and then a curt goodbye. Glorious. Don't worry, I'm still awake. Oh, good to hear. Good to hear. ETA 10 minutes. Excellent. You got this. When I stop seeing this message, I'll have fallen asleep. Frick. So I've got like a little doom counter now. Yeah, okay. All right. Noted. Keep checking back if I see I'm awake. A little lifeline. Oh, God. I always know that it's a writing trope whenever it's used, but the lifeline mechanic used in like a high tension thriller style of story always gets me. It's always effective. The classic like, all right, Johnson, you're being repelled down into this hole in the earth on your way to hell. This little sensor that you have on your vest, it will beep. In sync with the engine that we've got up here that can pull you back up. If you ever hear it stop beeping, know that we have died and we can no longer pull you up. And having that as a narrative thing that's just playing out for the rest of the story, I'm enthralled, because you're always holding out for that beep as part of the dialogue. Like, take 4 steps forward, beep. I can hear like the shrieking in the distance, beep. And then 3 chapters later, you'll realize that the beeping has stopped. The beeping has just stopped coming up as part of the dialogue, and you start to panic because you don't actually realize how far back the beeping had stopped. So you know that the character is doomed. You just don't know when that like frog was boiled. It's so good. The tension works so well every single time. Do some random redeems to keep me up. Thank you. In a story that I'm reading at the moment, there's a mechanic that's similar. It's a medallion that one of the characters wears around their neck, and the brightness level essentially relates to the nebulous danger that the character is in. It's almost like a danger sensor. And the current chapter that I'm on has ended with all of a sudden the medallion going from like completely dim, no light coming off of it basically whatsoever, to it's starting to like pour light out from underneath this character's outfit. It works so well as a tension device. I thoroughly appreciate it every time it's utilized. Detect danger sword of endless anxiety glitters uneasily. Exactly, yes. Add Sting from Lord of the Rings. Frodo's sword. Bilbo's sword? Bilbo's sword. Then it becomes Frodo's. Whatever. Sting from the Lord of the Rings universe, Tolkien, is a perfect example of that. As you're walking around, like, hey, wait a second, I'm seeing a little glimmer from your scabbard. And then you pull out Sting a little bit and you see that the entire length of the sword is brilliantly glowing. And you're like, well, frick, then I suppose there are goblins. You know, it's just so good. On your way to bite people? Hell yeah. Hell yeah, Kate. Who's first on the menu? Do you have a particular victim in mind, or is it very much so just a window shopping situation? Don't know yet? Yeah, okay. Very much so, just like a feel it out. Going to the restaurant, not really knowing what you're going to order ahead of time. Keen to just peruse the menu, see what jumps out at you. See what menu item insults you, and then go for that one. but yeah, no, I have no idea. I'm so freaking confused because on the one hand, yesterday, sleep was awful. Sleep was garbage. I technically lined up sleep with the sleep-wake cycle that I wanted it to be, but it was messy as all heck. But my energy was through the roof. I was living my best life. Today, good sleep, decent sleep quality, lined up with what time I wanted to be awake. Not a problem. Satisfying. Whatever. Energy through the floor. I anticipate that it's going to be a little bit wibbly wobbly until it's truly settled. Is the excuse that I'll use that will make me feel better to try and explain away the unexplainable. The inexplicable. I can't explic it. What can I say? Still working on the lore for that sanctuary. Wrote the lore for birds in the world who are drawn in by people's strong will or spirit. Sanctuaries paint them in the wall to say all life is worth remembering. Warrior clans considering them being followed by one, a blessing. The care not for good or evil. They care not for good or evil. That's a cool thing. I like the idea of heroes in the recognized bias. I'm half Greek, so there's always going to be an inclination, but heroes in the ancient Greek sense, where heroes aren't good characters. Heroes are important characters in fate, right? So you've got heroes in the form of like a Hercules, and then you have a hero in the form of like a Medusa, then you've got a hero in the form, you know what I mean? Like they're just like powerful fate characters, right? So I really like this idea of a bird kind of representing a character's fate, where if they're being followed by this raven, for example, maybe it's not a raven, but if they're being followed by this raven, it's indicative of how important they are to the outcomes of fate. Is a really cool thought. Really, really, really cool thought. Might be that I finally come down from my stress, or my body is like, nice, no longer on fight or flight mode, time to sleep for a millennia. Yeah, could be. Could be. Where my body is going, oh, sweet, you're sleeping like a normal person. Nice. Okay, time to chill. How very understandable. So yeah, if I seem like I'm zoning out or anything during stream for the next few, just know that I'm living my best life. Hi Jiro, how you going? What up? Yeah, I was just talking about the fact that my sleep is decent now, but my energy levels haven't recuperated along with it just yet. So I'm doing good. All things considered, I'm doing really, really, really good. Just nitpicking at this point. Just been opening magic cards. Yeah, I was chatting with Maze before about how you guys are on an MTG tear. Pick you in it. Yeah. Yep. I'm picking. What can I say? They can be found in Battlefield, where a last stand took place, or maybe the house of a man who lived his life with conviction, someone on a great journey, or even the layer of a villain who has a great spirit to accomplish their goal. You originally wrote this bird as a storytelling layer. There we go. I was going to say, we got there. Storytelling device for your D&D campaigns has different meanings in different cultures. You're just bringing it over. More than fair. Incredibly cool. There's a thing in One Piece. I won't speak to any spoilers. I'm just talking about mechanics, right? It's simply a mechanical discussion. There's a thing in One Piece called Conqueror's Haki. Haki is like strength of will type stuff, right? So you've got strengthening Haki where you can make yourself physically stronger. You've got observation Haki where you can like view things at great distances and you can like insight people and that kind of thing. Conqueror's Haki is just like strength of conviction, ruler type stuff. So somebody with Conqueror's Haki can like basically make other people subservient. It like knocks them out with like your strength of will. And it's giving me that sense because Conqueror's Haki can belong to good characters, bad characters, heroic characters, truly evil characters. It doesn't matter because it speaks to their conviction. It doesn't speak to their goodness. It reminds me of that. Really, really, really cool. Hi, Jade. How you going? Jade, I've been loving the art updates. Loving the art updates. Your styles are so varied. I'm impressed every time. Every time, super duper impressed. Got all 5 Tarkia commanders for a total of only $50. What a deal. Hell yeah. Nice. You'll paint the walls of the sanctuary with them? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Fun fact, in the Middle Ages, sleep patterns were very different. People would go to bed when the sun went down, sleep for a couple of hours, then get up and do some socializing with their neighbors and tasks for a bit in the middle of the night, then go back to bed until the sun came up. Interesting. I would have assumed that people slept for longer in the Dark Ages, specifically because the invention of the light bulb led to more hours of productivity, like more active hours of productivity, is what I've heard in passing. Don't take that as gospel. So interesting to hear that there were degrees of like nightlife as well. Interesting. Japanese call it Conqueror Haki as colors of the Supreme King. Yep. Like to mix things up and so they stay interesting. Of course. No, I can get behind that. But yeah, Zero. Maze was saying that you guys have been getting into MTG, but just not like in an addictive way, but more a cost-effective, like seeing a good bargain, picking up good cards for like a good price, and not breaking the bank in the process. I'm jealous because I can't do the sensible thing. I can't do like, I'll engage with the hobby, but not too much, like in a sensible way, and then I'll back off a little bit. I do very much the all or nothing thing. So with Magic, for example, I've done the nothing approach of I've bought one commander deck, and then I've completely hands off after that because I know that if I start buying packs, I won't be able to stop. At the moment, you've been trying to start a bigger piece for an art secret Santa you're participating in. Just know it's going to be a lot of work. Of course. Yep. No, I completely get that. The whole seeing the meal ahead of you and going, have I bitten off more than I can chew? I've done that a few times. Know that there is joy in giving these things a go anyway, even if they do become like a little bit too big. It's still, at least to me, it's still an enjoyable process. The thing that makes it easy for me though with Magic the Gathering specifically is they keep making decisions that make me not want to buy packs. So it really helps, with the self-control thing. For a moment to myself, I might think, oh, you know what, I could really go with buying a pack of Magic cards and then And then Wizards of the Coast announces that they're officially releasing a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles official in-universe set. And then that desire just goes away. It evaporates. It's magical. Electricity wasn't really utilized outside the super wealthy in most places until roughly the 1910s and such. Don't think the US was on all electricity until the 1950s, late 1950s. But that was due to a lot of the government pushed programs for electricity in rural areas. Because I heard it was electricity and coffee. Maybe these are like rumors. Fib stories that have gone around in circulation that have misinformed me. But I've heard that electricity and coffee were two of like the greatest productivity inventions of all time. Electricity for obvious reasons in terms of being able to draw out the day longer so that you can stay active longer. And then coffee for a similar reason. Hi, welcome in. Hi. Gojima, welcome. How'd you go? Hello. And K-Hard as well. Hi, welcome in. I'm getting drowned out by hearts. Oh, God, they're in my eyes. Totally didn't plan this at all. I mean, if you say so. Double raid attack? Oh, God. Menaces. How you going? How was stream? Double raid? Ah, God. Not one bit. Totally not. Yeah, okay, if you say so. Welcome in. We have this thing around here that when people raid, I request an art tax if you have it on hand. Your socials or pieces that you've worked on recently or work in progresses that you'd like to share. I would love to see if you've got anything on hand. How you going? How's your stream? Not the hearts. Yeah, I've got my eyes. Welcome in, everybody. If you haven't met me before, hi, I'm Harley. Nice to meet you. I'm a fantasy illustrator. I do commission work, so scenes, landscapes, character work, portraits, this kind of thing. If you like this, you might like me. How's it going? You do more music and gaming rather than visual art? Still applies. If you've got any music that you'd like to share, I would love to see. I might listen to just like a little snippet of it, just so that we're not engaging with your work like just one-to-one, like here is the entirety of your piece. Words are tough. Yeah, just so that we're not regurgitating your work. Give us a little snippet that we can listen to as a bite size. Kay's your IRL partner in crime, and you followed a while back. Wanted to make a new friend. Welcome in. Thank you very much for the follow. Here, let me quickly snooze the ads that are coming in. Lovely to meet you. Medieval people also had on average, more free time than modern workers, because realistically, if you surf, if you're a serf and you'll work for your lord, you have a certain amount of work you can/need to do, then why do more? You're not going to earn more than your rations and place to stay. Yeah, no, that's fair. For sure. The other thought was, so like light was to extend the day, coffee was up the productivity in terms of like energy, obviously, but also there was a social aspect of coffee houses as well that apparently led to quite a few like thought explosions where coffee bred productivity and productivity bred productive people, and productive people accrued themselves within coffee houses, and it kind of led to pseudo think tanks, and that led to a bunch of productivity as well. But yeah, I'm currently working on studies at the moment. I usually work on pieces like big illustrations. I'll quickly flash one up on the screen. Like I'm usually working on something like this, but I'm wanting to change things up a little bit. Start working on my fundamentals a little bit more. So I've been doing studies for the last couple of weeks. Don't have to listen to the songs. Did some cool album art for your music, if that counts. Yeah, please. Gojin, you were streaming some Minecraft today? You're sick, so you kept it low-key tonight? Yeah, good. I was just saying before that my, not to the same degree, not to the degree of sickness, but my sleep's been out of whack for the past 2 weeks. And I finally fixed it over the weekend. But my body's still feeling the, shall we say, the aftershock of flipping my sleep schedule by 12 hours. So I'm a bit low energy at the moment. Oh, let's have a look. Except necessary only. Ooh. Okay, so these are the albums that you've made, and I recognize the pinned butterfly, K-Heart, from before. Yes. I didn't realize that it was an album cover. That's sick. That's awesome. Really, really, really cool. Really, really, really cool. Thank you. Please, everyone, check out the link. Please do. And follow them both. Highly recommend. Recently been researching Victorian era life, and especially how it was really the start of the funeral industry. It's for a story you're working on. Interesting. Because I always took for granted the funeral process, like funeral rites and stuff, kind of stemming from your old Western coffin industry, where it's, you'll get fitted for a coffin before you step out with pistols at dawn. The thought had never really crossed my mind. When did that start? And then, it kind of goes back to religious roots, right? Of kind of having your classic Gothic graveyard. I've never thought of when funerals became a thing. Sleep changes can be hard. Yeah. Yeah. It went from me falling asleep at like 5 or 6 a.m. And waking up well into the afternoon. I've now flipped it, so I'm waking up around 5 or 6 a.m. So it was tumultuous, to say the least. Can't say fundamental without fun and dumb and mental. Fundamental is a very fun, just mouth-feeling word. I agree, Bob. Plus, it's a fun amalgamation word as well, on top of it all. Just tracks, but wanted some art for them? 100%. No, really, really, really cool. Sure, why not? Let's have a look. Ooh. Sick. And it's a full album as well. Recorded. Sang through Aston original microphone. All recording, mixing, and mastering was done in-house by Kojima Ghost. Really cool. Yeah, I'll give this a listen. Thank you. Thank you for sending it through. The Industrial Revolution led to mass-produced products and more income. Meant the average person didn't have to spend the day doing all sorts of chores to continue living, gardening, making textiles, etc. They could just purchase what they needed. That put massive fuel into higher learning and education, not having to focus on daily tasks to live left free time to learn. Of course, obviously. Not having to do literally everything in isolation. Didn't the Wild West and the Victorian age kind of overlap a little? That's what I mean. It's like I thought that was the case. I thought that kind of encapsulated coffin life at the time was kind of like your Old West. Like purchase your coffin because crime rate is so high, everybody's dead. I'd never thought of like, oh well, was it invented around then? Just the idea of the beautification of death and the public display that could come from extended, ironical, extravagant mourning periods. Of course, like the popifying it. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I see what you mean. Making it trendy. I see. Yeah. I'm going to have the trendiest death. All of my neighbors are going to be incredibly jealous. They're going to be, oh, I wish I died as fabulously as Mahali did. Incredible. I mean, this is the same era as your parasols, your top hats, your neckerchiefs, your collar frills. I mean, these are just incredibly extravagant people in general. Funeral existed before that as more family things rather than commodified things. Yeah. Sorry for ads. Sorry, everyone. I delayed them as much as I could. Getting fitted for a coffin was popularized in around roughly as early as 1720s. Didn't stop being a common practice till around the 1940s during World War II. Interesting that it would stop post-World War II. I suppose World War II was kind of a tentpole, a milestone event where big change kind of formed around it. It was nice raiding in and sharing the community with. Got to get ready for bed. Much love and take care. Thanks, Kojima. Lovely to meet you. Thank you for raiding. Thank you for trusting your people with me. Have a good one, bud. It was what got uber popular when one of the queens had. It was uber popular when one of the queens had a really noteworthy mourning period. Right. So it was like it was a full like publicity stunt. Yeah, interesting. That's very interesting. Funerals have existed in many forms for centuries before then, in many different forms and sizes. Yeah, cool. Cool. So it wasn't the invention of the funeral per se, it was the invention of the glamour funeral, for lack of a better term. The funeral industry more than the funeral. Yeah. I get what you mean now. I understand. Funerals have existed as early as 100,000 years ago in various forms. Even the ancient Greeks and Chinese often did funerals. Yeah, no, they like funerary rites have been a thing. You've got some pretty obvious examples in the form of like warrior burials, tombs, Egyptian tombs, the pyramids, like pretty obvious example. Catacombs. You've got plenty of standouts. That and death masks, which have always fascinated you, especially in the context of a time before cameras. That was your only way that portraits see loved one's face after they died. Those are going to be important to the story, you know. I'm going to take their face off. Oh, God. I thoroughly enjoyed Face Off as a movie. Very fun. Very, very, very fun. I'm always the first person to complain that movies should basically never have sequels unless the original storyteller had an idea for a continuation of the story, not in a like, I would like to make more money now, please, I'm gonna make a sequel. More like, I had an intention for further growth for the characters. But I would totally take a Face Off 2 with like a weird wacky spin of like funerary rites, take off face, become corpse. Be sick. Gonna be lurking as well. Need food. Thanks for catching yours and Kojima's ratings. Of course, K-Hunt. Thank you for raiding. Thank you for coming in. Go enjoy your food. The villain doesn't have a face, so she's going to wear the death mask of her victims, member of the cult hive mind. Ooh, that's sick. That's awesome. That's really, really cool. As for the more modernized funerals with undertakers and such, popularized in the early 1600s, but there were earlier forms of it. Interesting. Bing bong. Hi mates, how you going? How'd you go? How was the rest of your stream? Quest completed. Be gentle. It was only 50 minutes. Of course. No. I would never be brutal. Behold, the Pit King. That's so good. That's so good. In all of his glory. Witness, behold and fear. Behold and fear. That's so good. FPV, I don't get it. I don't be kind. My goodness. Of course. The Nat 1 tattoo doesn't work. Looks like he was going to tell you to please stop making his job difficult. Glorious. It was fun. Good to hear. Good to hear. The line work was coming along really nicely. I personally don't understand the Grimbles, given that it was looking so good. But hey, I'm also somebody who whinges when I get something slightly wrong. So I accept it. I accept the grumbles, even though you were absolutely nailing it. Have a few notes, Mahali? Absolutely not. I have a few notes for myself. Often and frequent. Don't take criticism. Such a bold. It's a bold opening line. I actually intend to take that on dates with me moving forward. It'll be my first opening pickup line, I feel. Hi, nice to meet you. Do you take criticism? Sorry, no. I shouldn't preface with nice to meet you because that's showing my hand. Need to start with the hi, do you take criticism? Then say it's nice to meet you after, because it needs to be my opening line. Needed to fix past your wonky bits. I'm trying to be less nitpicky and perfectionist with your comics, but still working on that. You're all good. I'm just impressed. Imagine declining a date with a job rejection format. So yeah, no, we looked at your stats, right? And you're just not what we're looking for right now. Do you take criticism? Nice to meet you, by the way. Yeah, exactly. Fun little details for you. There's a body count tattoo on his lower right belly. There's a mum tattoo below the Nat 1 because everyone loves their mama. Yeah. Even the Pit King, of course. And the skull is human-sized for scale. Big Pit King. Huge. Of course. Yeah. Hanging from the belt. Yeah. I took it as like shrunken head energy. I don't know why. But no, that absolutely makes sense. Hell yeah, huge. I suppose it's because he just looks like a dude. So I just kind of assumed dude scale and then like little shrunken head energy. But that makes it so much better because it's just a dude, but big. Perfect. Yeah. I see the nut one on the chest there and then the mum. Yep. Yeah, kill tally down the bottom there. Yeah, perfect. I love how relatable he seems. Dadpod goes crazy, 100%. It's not you, it's us. Yeah, exactly. Could have used a stat and skill sheet when started dating back in your 30s. Does this pickup line work with you? Can you roll an insight check on my... Really would have weeded out some questionable dudes. Yeah. Impressed always by my landscaping and painting abilities. So can envious of each other. 100%. Yeah. It'll carry us forward. I mean, we were talking before of what color of the supreme ruler haki, right? Color of the supreme jealousy. He's a large lad indeed. How does one pick up these quests? You're so enraptured and amazed by what you've read in the Discord already. It's so cool to have Twitch community built in lore like that. Of course, if you look at the screen for a second, Jade, very occasionally, if you listen to the wind, on the odd occasion you'll hear a particularly strong gust, and it'll blow in a quest that will pin itself up here above the cam. 16's not bad. Such a theatre kid. That was never up for question. Ooh, you're checking out the quest? Hell yeah. Okay, you walk up to the board. You pull down the quest. And you read... Clyde the Lichmancer is wanting a weapon that suits them. Use your non-dominant hand. Ooh. I will say, given how hated the non-dominant hand element is, I will give you a bit of flexibility on it. If you want to commit to the full non-dominant hand execution, by all means. If you want to just commit to a particular detail of the weapon with your non-dominant hand, that works too. Best advice you've ever received for fantasy and sci-fi. The golden rule is the universe doesn't change. Jedi have been Jedi for millennia. The deck of the Enterprise doesn't shift much over the decades. The lands of Lord of the Rings go through ages, but the wars are always waged, and the characters still have pipes and piercings and relatable desires and features. Right, okay, so it always feels lived in and dredged. Yeah. You'll draw on paper because you don't know how non-dominant works on trackpad. Fair. Would you like to accept the quest, Jade? The non-dominant hand never got one of those quests before. Not this guy. Have never denied a quest before. Yes, please. Okay. You agree to the terms. The quill shifts. Your name is written, and the quest is accepted. Okay. Clyde expects great things. The dead entering your mind because you... the dread entering your mind because you draw with your mouse. Oh no. That's so cool. It's pretty cool. It's pretty snazzy. How much time? Yeah, how much time would you like to allocate for yourself, Jade? Give yourself a bit of a buffer. The reason why I insist on a little bit of a time frame is because these things run the risk of escalating and snowballing, and you end up spending like weeks on this where you only really want to spend a couple of days, or like half an hour or 2 hours, whatever it happens to be. So give yourself a little bit of a time frame. That way you have an expectation going into it. Jade got a quest? Heck yeah. Yeah. That sure was convenient. It was fire. I'm a storyteller at heart. What can I say? Saw the ping on Discord. Keen to see what's made. 100%, right? Gonna be epic. The non-dominant hand is the scary bit. I'll probably end up removing the non-dominant hand as a factor, as a variable, just because feedback has been received. Give yourself 40 minutes. Probably draw it with your left hand, then digitally color it in, so it should be all right. Yeah, okay, fair. All good. Got to be honest. Have to stop looking at that Pit King belly tat because you're starting to want it. I want a death count on my belly. You've drawn so many non-dominant hand drawings as a challenge before, for sure. But if it's actively scaring off half the people who get those quests, I feel as though it's a sign. What's my kill streak? I'd say I've killed like I'd say 35 people. Just kind of finger against the wind. I think yeah, about 35 people. It's a pretty good KD ratio. Rookie numbers. I know, but I'm a glorified barkeeper. I feel as though 35 is decent, given my current standing. I'm not the heroic type. I feel like a Lich's weapon might actually be a good pull for non-dominant hand. We'll give all the skull details an organic feel. Yeah, the wibbly wobblies. Yeah. 100%. Yeah, no, I meant to do a wibbly wobbly. It was my intention. I do like the idea of intentionally handicapping yourself for particular details. Like if you need to do like a swamp hag or something who's covered in cursed items with like goopy seaweed hair and stuff, you intentionally get slammed, just absolutely hammered off your face on the booze. And you attempt to draw it, and then you wake up to look at the line work and you go, oh, no, that's not bad. That's not bad. That is like a person's face, but then all wibbly wobbly. Tavern key. Feel like with some PF, the rowdy adventures that come through might have needed to be dropped down a peg or 5. True, but not to the point of murder. Well, not often enough. If anything, I've left the majority of the hack and slashing to Billy. The hacking and or slashing. Then again, dead customers are not repeat customers unless they work for a necromancer. I can tell you for sure that the customer who came in earlier this year with a few notes was immediately murdered. So I'm not going to say that it doesn't happen. got some highlighty bits that I need to account for. But automatons. True. It's a good point. I mean, they come in here with their janky movements, and they're usually on like a large wheel that they're balancing on. How are you interested in cheap viewers? Beheaded immediately. Macho Spice reporting for duty. Hi Stuart, how you going? Is that the Stewie? I fixed the YouTube chat thing, as you can probably tell, because I immediately saw the message. I fixed the thing. I have a window dedicated to Twitch chat, and then I have a window dedicated to YouTube chat. It just works. Good. Counting down till Renegades. I can't even. As soon as it was revealed that the Dredgen character that was going to be in Renegades is a Kylo Ren ripoff, I armed the TNT and I set that thing ablaze. I can't do it. I can't do it. There's derogative and then there's whatever the hell that trailer was. I can't do it. But hey, if you were looking forward to it, I'm super happy for you. I'm over the moon happy for you. Steward of House Griffin. Steward of House 82 by the looks of things. Happy for you, even if you like trash. I'm happy that more joy exists in the world, but I'm also looking at this product that the joy is coming from, and I'm going, yuck. You're stoked to be excited for an expansion again. See, like, how can I poo-poo that, you know? How can I tear down Stewie's feelings of excitement? I'm really happy for you. I'm really, really, really happy for you that you're super stoked for it. Haven't looked forward to an expansion since Forsaken. Really? Including Witch Queen? Okay. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. No, I'm super excited for you. It's not my jam. But you've heard me say it enough. I don't need to flog a dead horse. I'm super stoked for you. The fact that it's delivering your jam. It's a home delivery of jam, of the best kind of flavors, and for that I'm stoked. You didn't really enjoy Witch Queen. Interesting. Okay. Because I never really said anything, but I didn't see the hype with Witch, because I wasn't part of the community at the time, so I wasn't there for Witch Queen, so I wasn't there for the excitement. But coming back to it after the fact, and seeing how everybody was super duper excited about the fact that it exists, I never quite saw the appeal. It's interesting to see that you felt similarly. It's not that the Witch Queen is bad in my books, by the way. I'll just clarify. It's more that it seemed overhyped, but that was probably due to the fact that you guys had suffered from poor expansion after poor expansion for a while, and then Witch Queen was kind of a drop of water, a drop of dew in the forever desert. Bebop, no. Super duper in the pit. It's not a popular opinion, you know. Need to make a D&D game, but it's a little toy army man. I mean, is that not either one D&D or do you mean toy army men in the literal sense of like the little green people with the guns? Yeah, I don't see there being an issue with that. King of the day for the pit dwellers. I mean, I feel like with a 1, you're more like the king's footstool at that point. As Fields lands on top of you. In the literal sense. Yeah, okay, I see what you mean. Believe it or not, I've used random knickknacks as player models for games that I've run in the past, and that goes over quite well. But I presume you mean in the narrative sense as well, right? Where you play as little army man who does little army man things. Homebrew toy army man D&D where they're actually toy army man. Yeah, okay, I thought so. It's like the game Toy Army Man. Yeah, okay. Hi Rambo, how you going? Welcome. How you been? Who'd have thunk that drawing chains with a non-dominant hand would be hard? I see, challenge intensifies. Know anyone who knows how to use crayons very well? I'd say that quite a few artists would be able to adapt to crayons pretty quickly. Why do you ask? Nobody off the top of my head like specializes in crayons. Frog absolutely destroys a colored pencil, I know that much. I'm relatively killer with pastels, which are crayon adjacent. Cool art, great reference pick. Narrow streets are great to draw. Yeah, so I've been working on this one for a while, Rambo. You've probably seen this one in the works like a month ago or something. I was getting to the point where I was doing a lot of guesswork with it. So I said, screw it. I'm going to just shotgun a whole bunch of different studies and become comfortable with alleyways, street lighting, street perspective, that kind of thing, and then come back to it with a bit more expertise under my belt. So yeah, I'm cramming a bunch of studies at the moment. Chilling. Dealing with this arm pain from sleeping wrong. Hope I've been well. Yeah, I mean, speaking of sleep, I've been fixing my sleep over the past week, and I finally have it down to where I'm awake at the times that I want to be and falling asleep at the times that I want to be. But it also means that I'm exhausted because it's a very tiring process getting your sleep under wraps. Got an image that you would love to make? Ooh, which one? That's smart. Yeah, that's the thought, right? Is instead of just slamming my head against a wall, just pull back, reassess. Titans know how to read crayons. No, Stewie, no. Oh, dearie dear. I mean, they're not beating the allegations, I'll say that much. It's your drawing arm, so you haven't drawn in a little bit. A lot of people are having muscle problems nowadays, it's crazy. Yeah, actually, now that you mention it, Noctua was suffering from a sore arm. Who else was it? Somebody else was complaining about a sore shoulder. Jamie was complaining about sore legs. Yeah, like muscle pains going around. I mean, maybe a winter thing? Maybe a winter thing? When you are having trouble with a piece, you take a break, find working on pieces, and they usually help you. When you ads, yeah, okay, I'll come back to it. As a kid, you used to play a lot with the Toy Army Men games. Some of the jokes in those games are not rated E for everyone. Wait, there were actual Toy Army Men games? I'm aware of the tabletop, you can make an army out of like little green guys. Interesting. No, okay, I didn't realize. Little Green Army Men franchise. Hell yeah, okay. It was green versus tan in most games? Yeah, okay. Because, yeah, as I said, like, I'm aware of the, like, little guys. I'm also aware of tabletop wargaming, where you purchase, like, era-appropriate tanks and troops and blah, 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 and you assemble an army. I was not aware. Is it a video game, was it? Because when you say that there was dialogue, I assume as much. When you're having trouble with a piece, you take a break, you find working on pieces, and then usually help you when you go back to the original one that you had problems with. Yeah, 100%. Winter for sure. I'd imagine so. Most kid games have grown-up jokes. Yeah, nowadays definitely. I call it the Shrek effect. Ever since Shrek, everybody wants to pile like upscaled age-appropriate jokes into younger audience stuff. They even made jokes about how dangerous flamethrowers were because they are canonically made of plastic. They made like 12 video games. Really? Okay. Yeah, no, I had no idea. Glad to hear that you're resting up your arm, though. I assume you're not working, yes? Giving it the rest that it needs? The worst thing you can do is have some sort of celestial sign from above, like, my arm hurts a little bit, and then just try and push through it. 9 times out of 10, you're just injuring yourself more. Indeed, resting your arm, good. Shrek also has music for the older generation, or rather older music was still used in kids' movies, or rather older music was not considered old and just music. Yeah. I mean, I'd say that Guardians of the Galaxy is kind of almost the modern Shrek in that way, right? Welcome to Grunge Alley. It starts pleasant at the entrance to Grunge Alley, but the deeper you go, the grungier it gets. People are hired to clean the walls, but only like to a certain degree. It's too scary at the end of Grunge Alley. Not worth it. Not worth the risk to one's well-being. will Pearl Jam and Nirvana be in the alley? Yeah, no, I'd say Nirvana, Pearl Jam, Nickelback is actually at the entrance to Grunge Alley. Who's like super duper mega grunge? God, it's not my genre. I can't speak to it. I'll need somebody to nominate. Used to clean this building downtown. Love chilling in the boiler room, like underground old NYC. So cool. Oh, that would have such a good vibe. There were areas of the city that I grew up in where you'd be just off the street, but it's almost like going through the Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe, where you enter a world of street art. Really cool. Really, really, really cool. Even make jokes about grafting limbs back together after being blown up by melting the plastic with a lighter and sticking it back. That's hilarious. There was a grate there in the sidewalk. Is smoke there? Ooh, yeah. For the full atmosphere. Hell yeah. The boiler was so big, they gave you Freddy's basement vibes. Ooh, Freddy's basement, or is it Home Alone 1, where he goes down into the basement and he's terrified of the boiler and it does like the big chompy maneuver. I go, ha 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 ha, and it starts like chomping. Best thing about NYC maintenance is you get to hang underground in NYC, also on the roofs. Very much so like an Assassin's Creed vibe, right? Where you've got knowledge of the environment that other people don't. You're kind of like ducking and weaving through areas that lead from A to B more efficiently, or like little secrets and stuff. Yeah. There's a bar in the city that I'm in at the moment where it's literally down the dodgiest alley I think you'll have ever seen, covered in street art. You go down alley A, you zig and then zag, and then it's around this corner here. So you are well and truly like isolated from the main street. It's the dodgiest approach, but when you make it there, it's like, oh my god, I'm in the cool books. It's the lamest thing ever, but it's true. It's like you have like secret knowledge. I don't know how else to describe it. Hopefully there's wagons of hay in convenient places. Well, that's where you scope it out, right? So that when you eagle dive off the top of the Empire State Building, you actually know where you're landing. You'd be drinking a beer on your break in a hidden hallway, and your boss would walk through using a flashlight. He'd never see you. Get got. Hay or a milk crate? Yeah. Because everybody knows that regardless of your height, your jump height, a good quality hay bale is always going to break your fall. Hole in the wall places are the best places. Yeah. Yep. It's such like... Did anyone else do that thing when Spy Kids was popular, where you'd put on multiple wrist watches and you felt like $1 million. It's that kind of feeling of, oh my God, this is it. I've hit the trend. You meant milk crate to sit on, of course. I mean, I suppose landing on a milk crate would somewhat break your fall as well. Katy Perry. I mean, yeah. So Katy Perry is the ultimate grunge. Thank you, Stewie. Yeah. So you've got Nickelback at the start of Grunge Alley. You've got sort of like a Blink-182, and then you're going into like a Nirvana, and then Katy Perry, the ultimate grunge lord, at the end of the alleyway. Hell yeah. Yep. It was more those cool, sleek sports glasses. Yeah. Yep. Where oh God, I know the exact ones you're talking about, where you see photos of yourself wearing them now and you cringe, like physically. You can physically feel yourself cringe. Absolutely that kind of energy. Nirvana and Katy Perry, what did you join into? Trends. Trend-setting behaviour. How you going, Squids? I assume your Freedom Tour is continuing. 100% the best kind of cringe. 110%. Speaking of secrets, turns out a couple of people have found the YouTube chat. Hi Billy, hi Stewie. Top echelon of the grunge pyramid, hell yeah. You saw the craziest post about Katy Perry? Tell me. They are writing a law for her to... They're writing a law for her in Cali. What kind of law? Workers block Twitch, so you're on here. Glorious. Hi, Squid. What's worse is you just got done playing Metallica song. I just hear that. Perfect. Pressuring elderly people to sell their properties. What? I mean, I suppose, but like... Be the change you want to see, I guess. Can't go to space anymore. The stories are so messed up. The Perry law. That, I mean, to be fair, that's kind of goals. Yeah, so, I mean, speaking of trend setting, right? I'm so new age grunge that they've had to invent new laws to keep me contained. I can see that. All the big real estate monsters. Well, I mean, that's what I mean, right? Is like, fair enough if you want to compel people to sell off property that they're just sitting on, like a ton of property that they're just sitting on. Sure. Yeah, goals, exactly. You have tomorrow off? You want your lightsaber? No comment. I will not yuck your yum. If you're keen for your lightsaber, go and be in peace. Is she getting commission on the side for that? No, I mean, lucky number 7 is pretty good. Kate, you don't understand. Each time I roll poorly on my dice, I'll sit there rationalizing my numbers. Like, oh, rolled a 7. That's pretty good. It's pretty lucky. Poltergeist. That's fantastic. Just leave people in their homes and buy real estate elsewhere. Yeah. This is going to be a super duper unpopular opinion. But I feel as though too many people try it and live in the big cities. Which kind of catapults real estate prices into the sun. So if people tried to live elsewhere a little bit more, it would be less so. Miz, thank you for the resub. Hell yeah. It's been 2 months already. Good Lord. Thank you, thank you. You know where your room is upstairs. Feel free to use your key. Thank you, thank you. That's awesome. Thank you. You're back on the art studies today for sure. Yeah, you got this. I believe in you. Katy Perry and Trudeau. Want to hear an unpopular opinion? Yeah, hit me with it. Go. Just finished the base campaign only just yesterday. Didn't get any of the extra missions even started yet. Can customize its colors. Yeah, I've heard as much. Depends. Most places I've lived, the cities are packed because that's where all the jobs are. Yeah, that's fair too. That is fair too. 40k is a poorly written universe. You said it. Is that a hot take? I don't feel like that's... I think 40k is an absolute latrine of concepts. I feel as though there is some good writing in it, but I wouldn't say fundamentally that 40k is well written. I say that it's a mess. I'd agree with that. You'll be lurky, prepping for stream now. Yeah, all good. Do what you gotta do. Enjoy your lurk. As an avid 40k fan, it's an absolute mess of a lore story. That's what I'm saying. Is it's an absolute pigsty. More specifically, I'd say because of how creatively bankrupt some of the ideas are, is kind of where some of that comes from. But I feel as though there are strokes of genius in it. But overall, I agree with that statement. Yeah, 100%. Actually, I can't say 100% after I said actually I have some notes. So 85%. There we go. You've recently gotten into 40k, have been tearing through the lore to figure things out so you can make things you like, and today you realise you're just gonna paint minis and stay away from that shit. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair enough. That's fair enough. I'd say a viable way of engaging with the lore is finding a faction that you jive with, a faction's lore that you jive with, and just engage with that lore and not the overall lore. As a US citizen, you're living in 40k, kind of over it at the moment. Boring. Next season, please. Yeah, no, the writing's gotten a little bit stale in the US. Dearie dear. So the Warhammer 40k lore that's actually well written is the individual story. The overall lore and story is an absolute mess. Yeah, I'd agree with that. An area get gentrified out of nowhere. There's a guy, Robert Moses, horrible man. Get down to political dark hole community. Get up to market mess. People wanting to keep their home stuff. About that actually. Working on that owner's granddad bought it during the Depression with like 2 other buildings, Midtown, NYC. What a deal. Yeah, for sure. And it leads to like massive disparity between generational wealth and stuff. Agreed. You want Crooks, and Crooks you shall have. Be free, my child. Paint away. You want Space Marines that don't look like they're wearing bell bottoms, that weren't cool 40 years ago, they aren't cool now. Want mechs that aren't bricks on legs, and you really want big guns that aren't circles or squares. Well, that's the thing, right? Is it sounds like you want to get into Necrons, because Necrons are all of the cool things with none of the lame things. So just engage with the Necron stuff. Took so long to type. The topic is already... No, you're all good, Rambo. You're all good. I suffer from this constantly. I suffer from this constantly in other chats where I'm like, oh, I'm going to respond to the thing streamer said. And then streamer has moved on. And I'm like, oh, yeah, sorry. Like the Space Wolves and the Kriegs. I like Necrons. Necrons are kind of my tip top. And the Adeptus Mechanicus are my two favorite factions. If there were kind of like a more druidic something race, then I'd probably be down with them. Like there's a sub-faction of the Eldar that ride around on dinosaurs and stuff, but that's not actually in the game. If that was in the game, I'd probably find those appealing as well. And they have mechs and crocs, but not orcs. True. Orcs are their own flavour of chaos entirely. You finished your sketch for the quest. Think the left-handed element made you work fast and loose and focus on shapes more than details, which you really isn't a bad thing. Nice. I mean, speaking of finding the positive, hell yeah. No, that's awesome. Orcs are hilarious. Orcs are an absolute mood. 40k lore is so sick. Can listen to it up there with the Lord of the Rings and Dune lore. I just love the volume of it, in the sense that I can just sit there and binge it for just a million years. I am always lore hungry. I dislike Halo lore, because Halo lore I got through in like an afternoon. That was supremely disappointing. I was expecting there to be eons of Halo lore, and there was nothing. Sitting down and trying to learn posing, because a lot of this artist stuff is very dynamic poses. Keep in mind, Squid, that for poses, if you want very specific references, you can always take a photo of yourself doing a pose or yourself doing a hand motion and stuff like that, and then use that as reference. Paints ship red and suddenly the ship is like 30 times faster. It's so good. HP Lovecraft lore, 100%. Binging 40k lore while you were working today. It was so scattered that you just got super dissociated. Posture check. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Just because I'm prawning. Living my best prawn life. Living my breast prawn life. Crazy. Neuromancer was so prophetic. Halo equals fun games, boring lore. That's unfortunately the conclusion that I came to as well. There's some cool stuff. Like some of the stuff to do with the flood is really cool, but then it kind of goes nowhere because they wrapped up that story, and they very much so with like a big bow. Like, here's the lore for the flood, and this is how it ends. Ta-da, finished. You can binge that in half an hour. Pinterest is helping. Plus, you do have little figurines that you haven't really touched as well. Hey, there you go. Little figures. Yeah, yep. Yeah, the posable figures. Halo equals energy swords. You rest your case. I mean, a compelling argument. An incredibly compelling argument. Wish Diablo could have had better lore. It's incredibly hit and miss with video game lore, right? It's like Dark Souls feels like it could have good lore. I haven't dived into it yet, but that feels like they've gone through a conceited effort to add an incredible amount of depth. Whereas some of the other lore that you come across is very much so just there to add a skeleton to the video game mechanics. Nothing really beyond there. Living my breast prawn, like sounds like a new tattoo for the Pitmaster. Oh, dear. Just like big guy in green armor. Making art of how you'd like Space Marine design, and before you knew it, you'd crossed into Armored Core territory, and then your boss got onto you because you were supposed to be working on creatures. I mean, hey, what's a Space Marine if not a creature? You know, D&D rules, right? You've got human creatures, you've got elvish creatures. What's a game that I relish in the lore of? Used to be Destiny, but then they kind of turned that into scrambled eggs, so not so much nowadays. 40k is up there, but that's a little bit of a cheatsy answer because it's more tabletop. Dishonored, the lore in Dishonored is pretty cool. More on the shallow side, just because there have only been 2 games, but I really like the lore in Dishonored. Most interesting Halo lore is the side characters and Spartans that aren't Master Chief from the books. Yeah, yep. It always comes down to the characters, right? Rather than the macro concepts. Dark Souls lore is like reading declassified government documents where 95% of it is redacted. Yeah, I can see that. Star Wars lore, but Sith lore is way better than Jedi lore. Very tough perspective study you got there. It's coming along. It's coming along, lads. I finished the previous one. Plus, I've done all of this in the one stream, so I'm pretty happy with my progress so far. How you going, lads? How was your weekend? Dark Souls, Bloodborne, Elden Ring, and Demon Souls all have very deep lore that ties together. We'll never know about unless you get every item and read through every item, armor, weapon description. That's what I've heard. Is it's very much so soft lore in the sense that it exists in the background, but it's not pushed upon you. Been loving the Deus Ex lore. Yeah, I can see that. What's a creature if not a Futurama set? True. The Monster Hunter logic. Yeah, no, I can see that. Recently, you were talking about the Emperor with people you work with, and you accidentally said Emperor. Don't know how that came out there, but they're not letting you live it down. To be fair, though, that's a very funny concept of all of the Space Marines being little babies in armor. Oh, hail the great Emperor. We will go on the great conquest to conquer the galaxy for our father, the Emperor. I think you're obsessed with the lore in ZZZ. Actually, oddly interesting how they fit each character into said lore. It's really cool. Yeah, that's fair. I'd imagine with gacha games, it is kind of ever expanding in that way because they're ever expanding the character roster. Looks good so far. How did the Skelly Rat go? I'm doing these studies because of the Skelly Rat, actually, Laz. The Skelly Rat's at this stage, but I was not happy with the alleyway. I was not happy with the alleyway at all. The perspective is okay in retrospect, but I'm not happy with the lighting or the detail work at all. So I'm relishing the studies because it's giving me some of that nice stuff to be able to apply to it, you know. Going good yourself? Moving into your first apartment with your BFF in 2 weeks? Congratulations! It just came out. Nah, Kate, you're fine. You're absolutely fine. I don't know. I find the babyfication of things incredibly funny. Makes sense. Perspective studies always help. Yeah, because even if I get to the end of the studies and I go, you know what, the perspective is actually fine. It's not, the perspective isn't the issue that I have. I'll at least be able to say that with confidence, you know? I'll be able to say it with my chest instead of just kind of going for vibes. My holocron? Yeah, exactly. I'm assembling a holocron as we speak. I'm building up my expertise so I can be like, Jedi of future past lore, something of the crest. Heed my words, for I speak with my knowledge of 1,000 ages. Swing your lightsaber real good. That is all. Huge fan of Monster Hunter lore. It's so hidden throughout. Makes it interesting to actually seek it out. The issue that I've always had with Monster Hunter was the instances. I tried playing Monster Hunter Generations, and it felt really clunky going from one arena instance to the next. So it kind of repelled me. But I'd imagine I've heard that some Monster Hunter games have come out since that are more open worldy. Those might be more interesting, might be more my speed. Because yeah, the tracking mechanic in Generations it felt clunky. It felt very, very clunky, at least to me. Not sure if this got past me, but you're moving into your first apartment with you. No, I did see. I said congratulations. Sorry if you missed it. Yeah, congrats. That's awesome. Oh, and confetti, of course, as well. You love all of Monster Hunter? Been playing them since the first game? Fair. I'd imagine if you've grown up with the format, then it doesn't feel too clunky because you're just familiar with it at that point, you know? It was you who missed it. It was. Whereas you know too much of the DC comic lore. You sound like an insane person when you try and explain why Batman tried to shoot Darkseid with the concept of a bullet that was sent back in time to multiple reincarnations of himself and accidentally created the god of bats that would later inspire him to become Batman. Was that the storyline where Darkseid zapped Batman with his Omega Beam or whatever and sent Batman back in time and Batman became a pirate or something? Is that the same storyline? I remember seeing something along those lines. Want clunky talk about Monster Hunter 1. Each little area is a loading screen. Each time you consume anything, you can't move, have to wait for a flex animation. Attack with the joystick and... Oh, hello? Oh, Casey, hi. Hi, Casey, welcome in. Sheikah, Atlas, Aki, Casey, Marcus, welcome. How we doing? How was stream? Sheikah, thank you for the follow. Thank you. Ash, welcome. Digi, hi. Seraph, hi. How you going? Mandy, hi. How you going? How was stream? What'd you get up to? The usual, Casey, is that we ask for a bit of art tax. So if you've got any art tax on hand, anything that you're working on, any work that you've finished previously, any online profile that you'd like to show, portfolio, anything like that, I would love to see. How we doing? Right, this is cozy. Yeah, cozy little area. All seats are available to you. If you see nobody sitting on a seat, feel free, sit down. How you going? Love cereal milk? Of course. Yeah, okay. We'll pour the cereal, pour the milk, drain out the cereal, keep the milk, pour it into a mug, send it over. Expect it. It'll taste good, I promise. Hi everybody, if you haven't met me before, I'm Mahali. Lovely to meet you. I'm a freelance fantasy illustrator. It means that I work on scenes, landscapes, portraits, character work, anything like this. If you like this kind of thing, you might like my stuff. It's a pleasure to meet you. Welcome in. Working on a study at the moment. I've been working on this here illustration for too long for me to say. And I've reached kind of a bottleneck with it. So instead of bashing my head against a brick wall, I've decided to just jump off the side of the street into the trash can known as studying. So I'm studying perspective, street textures, lighting, that kind of jam. Welcome. Atlas, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Ocean Wave is crazy cool. Thank you. Was that a second? Oh, yeah, okay. Second bling. Oh, because, Crash as well. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Tavern. Put the soggy cereal back in the... Oh, no, absolutely. Don't want to waste any. 8.5 hours of oil painting. You're absolutely... Casey, if you've got a dash, feel free to rain check the art tax. If you've just got a dash to bed or grab a snack, rest, water, hydrate, exercise, whatever you got to do, please. No stress. No stress at all. Feel free to just jump into chat another time. Be like, yeah, but Harley, rain checked art tax. There you go, boom. Shall art tax in the Discord and then stuff your face with lasagna? Perfect. Yep, that absolutely works. Love Jack Kirby. invented Final Fantasy IV. Good lord, absolutely rotten in the brain. Fantastic Four, X-Men, so much. Are there any favorites? New Gods, his concept on future and spirituality with smash 'em up fighting scenes and great visual effects. He invented You're Always Learning from him. OMAC is prophetic. One day people will look at OMAC and be blown away when it gets its day, and its version of 2001 Space Odyssey leading into Machine Man is sick. I'm not familiar with OMAC. If you've got a link that you can chuck in the Discord, I'd love to see. You work early, but we'll definitely be back for cozy vibes. Please, yeah, Atlas, if you've got places to be, no stress whatsoever. Thank you for the follow. Look after yourself, bud. Catch you later. This has been anointed Grunge Alley, by the way. Surprisingly not very grunge for being called Grunge Alley, but it's a nickname, you know. Nicknames aren't always one for one. We've decided that we've got like Nirvana hangs out in here. It gets more grungy the further into the alley you go. So like at the entrance, you've got like a Nickelback kind of vibe. It was determined that Katy Perry, for some reason, is at the end of the alleyway. Don't think about it. You come in to see a raid from a Destiny 2 player / artist. Really? Nicknames are silly. Exactly. Nicknames aren't one-to-one. Casey works on D2. Interesting. I never knew. OMAC is only 8 issues, and they're all very much the times we're living in now. Yeah. Okay. Is it relatively recent? 1970. Of course, Jack Kirby. Yeah. Your nickname was Bear growing up? Must have been short for teddy bear. Too kind for that. No, I never got cutesy nicknames, unfortunately. Not for me. Although my favourite thing to claim is that certain things were my nickname in high school. So if I ever end a sentence with and speaking of which, that was actually my nickname in high school. Yeah, don't believe that. do not believe my claims. Look for documentation at that point. Mahali, I'd like to see your receipts. You've claimed that 3 different things in the past 2 sentences were your nickname in high school, and I don't believe you. While I've remembered it off the top of my dome, sorry, completely random, tangent, hold on to your butts. Because the last 2 weeks have been absolute lasagna, speaking of, I've extended the prompt for this month, last month. God, time, how does time work? Dinovember. Remember Dinovember from last month? Extending it for another week. So if you've got a Dinovember image that you want to get in before the end of this week, you are still free to do so. December's prompt isn't going to be up until next Monday. You've got time. Art tax is requested. Hell yeah, let's have a look. Oh, hello. Hello, Kylo Ren. What's his name? Dredgen Bayer? Dredgen Guy. Dredgen Dude. Dredgen Hot Boy. Yes, exactly. Perfect. Bit of a glaze on it, but yeah, no, all good. glorious. Ah, I love the lighting on the helmet. Sick. Awesome. Really, 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 really cool. Oh God. I'm experiencing the jealousy thing. You can do clothing. You can do clothing that I cannot. Oh my God. The wrinkles. Specifically leathers, I can't. Voice actor for the guy in Solo Leveling, it turns out. Really? Good nickname goes a long way. In the very first D&D adventure you ran, there was a recurring NPC named Dog Tits. After a run-in with a wizard, gave him 8 extra nipples. Perfect. Glorious. Got to use your hot pink for the mask. You were so pleased. It's awesome. I love just a cheeky streak of color. Whenever I can slip it in to like a building or something where it's like, you know what? Just a splash of green. It's awesome. Really, really, really well. Really, really, really well done. Really, really. Dredge and Bale. I was so close. I was so close. No, it's awesome. Really, 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 really well done. If you like this artwork, and I mean, of course you do, because it's sick, I recommend giving Casey a follow on ye olde Twitch. Do it. Do it. Do it. Dredge and Hot Boy. I'm gonna that's gonna, it's officially rewritten it in my brain. Ah, yeah, no, I recognize you, Dredge and Hot Boy. Do it, lady. Yeah, exactly. What's the worst that could happen? You have a good time and you enjoy good art. Oh no, terrible time. Because whenever you gave a character cool names like Starkheart, your players would inevitably just call them Hardfart. So you started with a nickname that required no change. You played to your audience. That's clever DMing. Dredge and Bay. Thank you, Stewie. Sorry, I just saw the Dredge and Dog Tits. No, I don't. I feel as though you've merged two concepts in your head there, Stewie. Sorry for the confusion. Really wanted to click the celebration button, but you didn't want to risk an actual ban. You're all good. You're all good. Thank you for respecting it. It's to catch people out. If people are legitimately engaging with the Discord and they also press the button, it's probably fine. It's more the people that come in, post one thing, never engage with the Discord ever again, and they've also clicked that button. Maybe at that point. Maybe at that point. I'm not your real dad. Can't tell you what to do. True, Van. No matter how much I try, I can't tell you what to do. I keep telling you, stop kicking me in the shins, but you keep responding with, you can't tell me what to do, and that's fair. So like, I keep kicking, I guess. Didn't know I was familiar with Destiny. That's fabulous. Yeah. I used to play. Quite a bit. I ran a clan for a while. Used to be clan leader in D1. Yeah. Yep. Tit boy hot dog. It's getting worse. But I'm your adoptive father. I can make a strong suggestion. Noted. Duly noted. Sheikah, Billy's been banned for years. It's yet true. I do like that idea though, that concept. Can you imagine a werewolf in London type setup, right? Where you see, oh God, the music becomes tense, the lighting dramatic, shadow across the face. You hear the character panic as they look up at the moon, sweat drop down their forehead. No, it's too soon. I'm changing. And then they become dog tits. They're not more physically capable. They're not like aggressive. They don't have fangs, talons, anything like that. They're just incredibly awkward to be around. It's a transformation that you're just not prepared for in public, you know. Dipping back in to say most of you from Casey's side are Destiny addicts. I see. Welcome in. I used to be amongst your ranks. Can I be your She really, after the dog tits execution? I mean, hey, I mean, if that's your thing, by all means. Shall be lurking. Your friend has summoned you to play League. Yeah, please, by all means. Good luck, Godspeed, and God save your soul. Ever return to it? Please let you know. You exist in a super sweet and kind pocket of the community. It's really lovely. Star Wars X Destiny Collector. I've been hearing. Not my jam, but I've been excited for Stewie and Billy, who have both been super duper excited for it. Thank you for the offer. No, I greatly appreciate it. Thank you. Posted the wiki page for OMAC and a video. Cartoonist KFab did a video going through the first video. A digital copy of one. Thank you. Yeah, we'll do. After stream. I'll absolutely engage. Never played a game in your life, but that instantly drew you in. Really? You've never played a D&D before? Camera, I'm here. Don't look at toast. My eyes are here. You've never played D&D before? Interesting. You shall return at some point, hopefully. The shirt just fits slightly less well. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Wait until he does the Gandalf voice and calls you boy. It's brilliant. It's true. It's my jam. It's my MO. Posted in the resources. Yep, perfect. Didn't know it was your thing. Well, I mean, we all awaken to things at some point or another. You don't choose the point of awakening. The point of awakening chooses you. And sometimes it's having a description of a werewolf in London type situation. Or, as Casey brought up, perhaps it's Gandalf calling you boy. Boy. And maybe at that point in time, that's when your awakening takes place. A light hits you, you hear like whispers in your ear as your soul ignites. A new person to convert may or may not have been my thought, Jade, yeah. It doesn't help. People are so apprehensive when it comes to D&D. They're like, D&D, that's the cult thing, isn't it? And no, it's not the cult thing. It's not the cult thing. But if you aren't interested, here, like, have a robe. Here's a goblet and let's play. It doesn't help. Undetectable unless it's a cold Victorian night, then it's a little too obvious. Yeah, exactly. It's just awkward for everyone. I feel like I could do voice acting for Baldur's Gate type games so well. Thank you. No offer has come in, but I'll keep my eyes peeled. Keep seeing me wiggle my hands around by that mug, and Brain wants so badly for me to pick it up and take a swig. This mug down here. Yeah, speaking of, a little bit of a spoiler van, but I am actually in the process of purchasing a tankard for myself. I will absolutely let you know when that takes place. Done a one-shot once and it was so much fun, but you haven't done it since. I have run a one-shot for a few viewers. I ran a one-shot for Fields, Alt and Fire. This was a few weeks ago and it went really well. So if other people are interested in learning D&D, I'm down to run one-shots. It'll have to be a timing thing. Like everybody's free at the time type deal. But if people want to play, I'm down to run stuff. I can't commit to something long-term, but like a little 4 to 5 hour stint of a one-shot, yeah, I can commit to that. It's the cult thing, but it's like a chill cult. Yeah, exactly. It's a fun, chill cult. Your dad said it's the devil's game. Well, that's the thing. Is you need to be transparent with people. You need to tell them like, hey, yeah, no, it is a cult. D&D, yeah, it is a cult, but it's like a fun cult, you know? It's a good time. Tankards, yeah, I'm so excited. So super excited. You'd listen to my audiobook for the Silmarillion. That would be a way of getting me to read the Silmarillion, actually, is forcing me to voice it. That's actually a really clever solution now that you say it, now that it's mentioned. Hey, Mahali, we've got work for you. We would like you to do the audiobook for the Silmarillion. Requires you to read it. 2 birds with 1 stone. Sub goal? Oh, good lord. How many subs would that take to like, because that would be hundreds of hours. Awesome. Hope I have a really lovely rest of my stream. Bet is calling and you're answering. Please, of course. Yeah. Look after yourself, bud. Thanks for trusting your people with me. I'll look after them, I promise. Cross my heart. Just do an audiobook and listen to explanations. It's such an interesting book. Is that a thing? Do people just do audiobooks? It's fun to read out loud. I don't doubt. But I thought it was very much so like you get paid to do the thing. I didn't read. I suppose some voice actors would just create audiobooks, I guess, right? Wanted to read it for some time, because in that case, should be paying you to keep me accountable. True. No, good point. No, I felt as though I dropped the ball at some point. Thank you for keeping me in the loop. Subs will never do the trick. Got to throw tankards at him until he caves. In terms of my resolve, or until I physically cave in, because both are gory in different ways. Listen to an audiobook from... of course. You want to voice an audiobook just for funsies? I mean, it would be fun. Probably not a Silmarillion type deal. It would... like a Hobbit type situation where you're looking at like 300 pages or something. That's probably more doable. Have one of your short stories into a 15-minute audiobook. Ooh, that's really cool. Yeah, I suppose, yeah, you could totally commission people, I'd imagine. If I have to ask, I've already lost. Oh, no. Oh, what's this? Oh, geez, I already have 3 hours of the Silmarillion recorded as an audiobook. Oh, Van was right. People say that your voice is soothing, so maybe. Yeah. I mean, nothing ventured, nothing gained, right? Is that fun little slogan? It's one of those things where you can absolutely just give it a go, right? Absolutely joking about me doing an audiobook. Think I'd voice it well, but don't got to do it. It's a great lore book. I've heard. I've binged snippets of the Silmarillion. Basically where other people have read it and they've kind of digested some elements and they've explained like what the Silmarils are and what happened with the dragons and the original Tree of Gondor and what happened with Numenor and stuff like I've ingested bits of it, but I have never actually read it. It would definitely need to be short. You get too sleepy. That's the thing, right? I mean, I was complaining earlier in stream that I've just recently fixed my sleep schedule, and I'm currently falling asleep as we speak. The thought of attempting to record something for the first time and it being incredibly long and info dense, I don't know, I'd be asleep instantaneously. It wouldn't even need to be like full Silmarillion length at that point. Too late to turn back. Already shipped a few crates of tankards nearby to set for the... It's too late. The gears are turning. Fate has made its move. It's a game of chess, you see. You as the Black King, set to make the reaction, but the white player has already begun. And what a strong opening they've made. You're fricked. It's biblical, then Greek, then Norse, then an adventure book all in one. Whew. Yeah, no, that's some good sleep fuel. That's some very good sleep fuel. Such a shame. Always thought you'd make a great Black Queen. I mean, is it Galadriel? I would be a queen of blah, 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 almighty power. I could imagine you with that energy, Van. Missed opportunities, like Hot Wheels start. Stair loops, true. Want to, at some point, turn the lore dumps of the world your stories take place into audio recordings, mostly so you can go to sleep to them, hoping it triggers some next level brainstorming. Also for members of your family with poor eyesight who don't like reading. I mean, hey, It would be interesting to look into what the going rates for like amateur voice actors and stuff would be. Because if it's like $100 a pop or something, it's not too bad. Oh god, I shouldn't have zoomed in on Grunge Alley. Oh god, it's too much. Okay, so it looks like there's a section that extends out there, and then the building kind of goes over to there. Okay, all right. I see. There's a bit up the top that is its own section of building. Like this bit of wall extends on a little sky bridge section-y bit here. But it doesn't extend down the bottom, so you're seeing kind of further in this little nook. Because the person you commissioned was a friend, had to force her to take your money, so you're not exactly qualified to say the actual industry standard, for sure. You love sky bridges? Any excuse, I'll add a sky bridge. 9 times out of 10. 9 times out of 10. I designed like a big elven city as part of a D&D campaign that I ran 4 years ago. I didn't stop at one sky bridge. I think I had like 6 or something as as part of the palace. God, what did we end up with? Images, assets, scenes. Oh dear, where are you? Oh, there we are. Yeah, here we go. Ah, lovely sky bridge. Oh, with a dragon to boot. Oh, God, that was a good time. Highly recommend. Skybridge plus dragon is a wonderful time. As part of this particular little scenario. Oh, Francisco, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the tavern. How you going? How's your weekend? As part of this little encounter, the city was basically sieged by 2 dragons, a white dragon and a red dragon. So you had an ice dragon on one side and a red dragon on the other. The players had to deal with the ice dragon, which was this one. The city had to deal with the red dragon, which set the mage college on fire. It was a whole thing. Anyway, as part of this, one of the griffin guard was killed by this dragon, and the griffin was actually stranded, injured up on one of these sky bridges. One of my players took a pickaxe and rolled a natural 20 on just like a flat strength roll, and embedded the axe in the side of the palace and started climbing up. Spent the entire combat. So the other players were like frantically running around the city away from this dragon, like fighting it. One of the ranger character was up on the cathedral, like monoing the dragon, sliced off its wing and rode down the side of the roofing of the cathedral on the back of the dragon. Had death ward on him, so when he landed, he took 1,000,000 damage and survived on 1 HP. It was ridiculous. This dwarven character spent the entirety of that climbing up the palace, going after this griffin. Rolled incredibly well with animal handling as well. Befriended the griffin, and then had that griffin as a companion for the remainder of the campaign. It was ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous. Do I have a... Yeah. So this was the city that it took place in, the combat. And then the aftermath was this little bit here. So this was one of the players... the other player that sliced off the wing and rode it down the side of the building isn't present in this shot, but yeah, no, it was a whole thing. It was phenomenal. A really good time. 9 out of 10. Would recommend slaying a dragon again. Does that mean a skybridge made from a dragon is peak? Perhaps a dragon turned to stone. Ooh, breath and awe. Create a swirling bridge of fire and scales connected to the very building he sought to engulf in destruction. That would be sick. That would be sick. By like an ancient gorgon or something. Yeah, no, that's awesome. That'd be awesome. Absolutely awesome. Just a heads up, by the way, ads are about to hit. If you've got to get up, stretch, snack, water, chores, whatever it happens to be, there's going to be about 1.5 minutes of ads. Just a heads up. Thank you for sticking through it. It'd be so sick. It was very much so. It was my first D&D. Sheikah with the sub. Thank you. No heck ads. A valid response. Sheikah, you'll find next to your name is a little rusted key. If you go upstairs in the tavern, there is a hallway of doors. Try your key in all of the different locks. If it takes, it means that room is available and that room becomes yours. Feel free to decorate in whatever way that you like. Need to blink a few times for sure. There you go. Boom. All the reasoning in the world. Free room. You love this fee. No, it's a good time. It's a deal. It's an absolute steal. Need to check for traps. Like, is it going to keep you forever? Roll an investigation check for me. Can you roll !D20? See what you get. Ooh, okay. On an 11, you hear the click of the lock undoing. You slip your finicky little fingers between the doorway and the door. You feel for any sort of loose wire that might be connected to some sort of trap mechanism. No wire. You open the door a little bit further. You check for like an ankle height tripwire or anything like that. Anything to set off? No, nothing of the sort. Doesn't seem to be rigged. At least not the door. The rest of the room is empty for now, so you're probably fine, but you don't know for sure. Welcome back. How'd we go? Probably. I mean, hey, I don't make the rules. Ooh. I don't make the quests either. Lost your key recently? Wonder what becomes of your decorations? Hope that ruddy goblin doesn't sneeze on you. Better not sneeze on my stuff. Is that what it's like? Because that's neat as? D&D? Yeah, no, D&D is literally just, hey, here's the environment that you're in. What would you like to do? Okay, you'd like to do this? This is what happens. And your internet decided to heck off? Frick. Sorry, bud. Has it reconnected? Or is it a case of it's being throttled at the moment? It's out at the moment? Ah, sorry, bud. Give it a kick for me, okay? You would like to cast in large on the straw and quickly suck up that guy's soup in one go. Yeah, okay. I'd say with a 14 on a stealth roll. You know what? Let's roll perception. Let's roll perception, see if the guy notices. Would like to sneak a pizza into Sheikah's new room when they're downstairs. Hell yeah, free pizza, let's go. Guaranteed. Yeah, no, natural 20 stealth roll, you slip it in easily. Secret pizza, all right, let's see if the person notices. With a 10, no. Kate, they don't notice the soup being siphoned from their soup bowl. Very sneaky indeed. What's your constitution? Are you going to choke on the bowl of soup entering your gullet in a second? I reckon with a 14 it's not bad. It's not bad. Free room and free pizza? You like it? Yeah, it's a good time. Best pizza you've ever had in your life for sure. With a 20, hell yeah it is. My soup. You choke. Oh, jeez. It's the price you pay for being thievish. Praying to the internet gods that it comes back. I mean, with a 19, it's only a matter of time. You once had an idea for a river-based society that was driven into the trees by dangerous ground predators. Over time, new structures were built on top of old ones and linked by massive, bulky sky bridges. But if you look closely enough through the layers of timber and scrap, you can still see the original canoes that formed the city's first connections. That's awesome. That's really cool. Has almost like a more eclectic Venice vibe, where they're very much so problem solved to establish the city, but it's still like a little bit jank. No, that's awesome. You replace the soup. Very clever. Very like Indiana Jones style, like sack of sand type deal. No, flawless. Sending some of yours in the meantime. May take a little bit of time to get there. Like the cookie that I sent Alt in the mail. Yeah. Yep. Hi Paradox. Hi. How you going? How was your weekend? Guess you're gonna work on your tree monster art. Ooh. Yeah. The portrait with the clawed hand. Hell yeah. Yeah, Shika, if you scroll up in the share your art section, Ms shared it earlier. Yeah, I'll grab it. This is the work in progress that they've got. Perhaps they've worked on it since, but this is the one that I've seen. This one, really cool. Really cool stuff. Doing good. Drawing some has-been hotel OCs. Nice. NPC rolls intelligence to see if they can tell if they're about to eat a spoonful of sand. OCs are based on prompts. Ooh, cool. Hell yeah. Let us take over a week to make it halfway across the country, so don't imagine it would take much longer. That's sick. Love that so much. Really cool, right? Really cool. Love seeing people be artsy. Yeah, well, I've got some pretty creative people around here. Not to brag, but the Tavern community is pretty darn creative. Not gonna lie. Drew 2 characters so far. One is for Presence, a serial killer who's at the very least died whilst disguised as a mall center. Unsure if it was a one-off thing. And the second character was a pill, a corrupt pharmacist who died from overdosing after being caught by the cops. Cool. So they're both undead. Yeah, hell yeah. Okay. I didn't think that all of the has-been hotel characters were undead. I thought they were like demons and demon adjacent. Not saying you're evil, but sneaking past a guard by telling them have a tongue that can feel like anything they desire, letting them touch your tongue for you to bite their fingers so you can pass fun past like they scream in pain is kind of your thing. I mean, hey, you did jump in to stream earlier with looking for somebody to nibble on. So like, no, it makes sense. MO, it clear the check clears. Did an art prompt a little while ago where you put music on shuffle, drew a scene where the first song informs the first character, the second song informs the second character, third song informs their relationship. That's cool. I like that. I like that a lot. You get to pick the playlist, presumably, right? Are there sinners? Right. Sinners are humans who have died and sent to hell rather than heaven. They are demons as well, but those are hellborn. Right. Okay. I see. All in heaven or hell, so they must have died at some point. Right. Charlie's an outlier. Sure. But the rule of thumb is that they've generally like passed on. Yeah, okay. Yeah, cool. She's the daughter of Lucifer. Oh, for sure. Yeah, I mean, you're always going to have exceptions to the rule, right? Ended up with a scene where a popular realizes their childhood friend is a serial killer, and they approach Tram the hallway behind. You're gonna have to explain a little bit. That went over my head. Absolutely mad talent. As they approach from the hallway behind. Yep. Pop star. Okay, yeah. Okay. That the word salad is becoming to unjumble itself. Have some absolute mad talent. They do. They absolutely do. I proudly declare it from the top of some stairs or something. Get a bit of elevation before I yell it. Feel that in your fingers. Word salad. Quite enjoy that. It's a tasty meal. Like alphabet salad? Yeah. Word salad is kind of the alphabet soup of the greens world, you know? Are we pushing down the stairs? No. I'm standing at the top of the stairs. If you were to push me, I would get gravely injured. But I mean, hey, what's a prank, you know? What's a prank between friends? No, you don't understand. It was a prank. I pushed them down the stairs and I yelled out, "Get pranked." They died, but it was a prank. So what are you going to do? Arrest me. Arrest me for a harmless prank. I don't think so. Proudly declare it from the top of your neck. That's where your mouth is. Yeah, no, okay. No, anatomically speaking, that's incredibly accurate. No, that's fair. That is fair. Your Honor, it was a prank. I did it for the vine. Yeah, exactly. No, correct. That is a legal defense. It's technically a legal defense. Your Honor, you don't understand. It was mad hilarious. Me and the boys were giggling at the silly aura. You don't understand. It was a vibe. Cast wish to fix the paralysis, so it's basically just a joke. Well then, no harm, no foul at that point, right? What crime do you point to at that point, right? Yeah, Your Honor, you weren't even there. Honor, you don't get it. It was mad funny at the time. You just had to be there, bro. No, bro, you don't understand. Bro, you don't understand. You needed to be there, bro. Me and the boys were pushing Charlie down the stairs, right? And Charlie was like, "Oh no, I'm falling." And we're like, "Oh, bro, get pranked." And then he died. Who were we to know that we was gonna die after such a harmless prank? You know, Your Honor. Sue me. Brought me and the boys great mirth. Yeah, exactly. It was the raucous of it was a raucous occasion. You don't understand. Judge doesn't know this trick reaches over the table. Smack the judge. You can't prank the judge. You have to wait until afterwards. Well, well, well. Would you look who it is? Is that a digi-painter I see? On the horizon? With thumbs in suspenders, looking quite smug? I think it is. How's it going, Digi? Mahali Bibop Folly Madoli on a wagon of Ali. That's me. How'd you know? Can you restrain yourself? Not my full legal name, not in public like this. Makes me mad embarrassed. Your Honor, Charlie was allergic to lactose. He never said nothing about stairs. It's true. It's true. I have it in writing. Sue me. Mic drop. Yeah, exactly. Yep. I will say, Sheikah, that my shop is in shambles at the moment because of shipping situations. But my commission stuff is available there at the moment. My prints should be available by the end of the year, fingers crossed. Should be. I'm early, yeah, great. This is around the time that I should be live on a Tuesday. I just haven't been for the past month because of stupid sleep stuff. But I'm here. Hi, how you going? Your thumbs are indeed tucked into your suspenders, which are holding up your pajama pants. It's an incredibly demure look. Incredibly a strapping young lad. Court may be seated. The long rumble of a whoopee cushion emanates from the judge's chair. New painting, let's go. I hope I'm all right today. Yeah, no, doing a lot better. I was grumbling earlier about the fact that I'm falling asleep. It is true, my energy levels are tanked, but I'm awake during the day. It'll just take a little bit of time for my body to readjust. Sleeping Beauty organising a double date. My prints should be available. I mean, yeah. Will she be available is the problem? Not in Europe? No. I'm in Australia times. Pajama pants, suspenders, no shirt, sandals. What do you think? It's a strapping look. It's very dapper. It's a strong, fashionable take. Very front thinking, forward thinking. You're setting trends. What can I say? Permission to treat the witness as a silly guy. Permission to treat as one of the boys. These are all incredible court scenarios that I would love to see play out. Could you imagine? It'd be sick. It'd be awesome. Your Honor, I'm mad vibing right now. Makes sense then, because 3.5 hours would be so early in Europe. Yeah. Yep. So my early afternoon streams are kind of for like North South America kind of time zone. Then my late streams are for kind of European time zone, and then both of them kind of work with Australian time. I don't know. I'd make it work. Kind of. Front thinking, immediately making you think of frontal cortex. It's a very frontal cortex piece of apparel. What can I say? 3 stream streak. Hell yeah. Permission to refer to the jury as chat. That court would be so freaking easy if it was stream. Could you imagine? It'd be so chill. Hey court, I'm just gonna BRB. I'm gonna grab a drink, okay? See you, chat. Ooh, 16's not bad. 16's not bad. With a 16 grain, I imagine that you're waddling into the tavern with... Sorry, 2 seconds. You're waddling into the tavern with a bit of confidence. You know, you've been here before. You recognise some people around the place. You find a seat. You sit yourself down. If people recognise you, they wave. You're one of the folk. You know. Figures. To be Digi, be honest with me. Are you unhappy with a 5 and ending up in the pit? Are you unhappy with that result? Tell me. Tell me your honest thoughts. We have a wonderful DM. You so enjoyed this. So many people are eager for a bit of D&D. You were rolling for your entire future. Yeah, but would you not thoroughly enjoy a future entirely in the pit? Is what I'm saying. You'd make pit sculptures. You'd hang out with the gobbos. I reckon you'd have a very good time down there. Is it true that on the night of the murder you were, and I quote, in the cub slayers? Straight up joking it. So good. And I quote, me and the boys doing crime. You belong down there. As do we all. As do we all. Digi, I'll be down there with you. Don't you worry about it. Yeah, see? Exactly. The only brew for the brave and true. And he's drunk. Not too worried about getting the exact number of posts right or anything like that. I'm just trying to get the speaking of vibes, I'm just trying to get the vibe correct. Oops. There we are. Know the song the Hobbits sing about the Green Dragon? No, I'm not familiar. I think I've mentioned in the past that I've started reading The Hobbit. I got to the bit where they're approaching the trolls. But I kind of I fell off after Tolkien had taken a good 3 pages to describe the valley that they were in before they even saw the trolls. But that's a me problem. I can't deal with the overly descriptive. In Lord of the Rings, they've got a little drinking song. Is it for the Green Dragon? Really? That I can't speak to at all because I haven't read Lord of the Rings at all. But I thought that The Hobbit was the one that was a little bit more sing-song. But you probably, I have heard that there are some songs in Lord of the Rings. According to witness testimonies, you said that you are that you like to be gay and do crime. And while this is not the place to speculate on your romantic interests, it does seem important that you've already seemed to have pleaded guilty. Yep. Yep. We will be taking it as an indirect confession. It's in the movie. Don't remember if it's in the books. A song about the Green Dragon? I don't remember that at all. Unless it was in like the animated Lord of the Rings movie, perhaps? Maybe? I'm not sure. I don't remember the said song in the books, but there are many songs in the books, yeah. Twitter bio is not admissible in court. Yep. Merry and Pippin are stumping around. Maybe? No? You are probably correct. It is probably my memory. Na, 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 na. 2 towers, you believe? You are correct. Oh, there you go. Boom. Yeah. It's a me thing. Don't worry about it. I think we've established time and time again that my memory is hopeless. But Your Honor, Scorpio was in retrograde. But Your Honor, you don't understand. It's a challenge at the moment. It's a push down the chairs. It's a push down the stairs challenge. How dare you say probably? That's my bad. That's my bad. No, it's on me. What can I say? I love gaslighting. It's like my #1 pastime. You also like gaslighting. You told me that one time, remember? Remember, did you? Remember that one time you said that you just love gaslighting? It's a me thing. Famous catchphrase of Italian Ben Grimm. Sometimes a joke is just for the writer. Call me a Victorian lamp because I'm getting gaslit. Woke up early enough. Welcome. How you going? How'd you sleep? Better than me, fingers crossed. Oh. Both of us would love the gas lamp district in San Diego, California. Ooh, there's an entire gas lamp district? Hell yeah. Set me up. Pretty decent sleep. Ah, good to hear. Good to hear. Sent the link to general chat in the server. Enjoy. Let's have a look. This looks like... I mean, this looks like a clip from Lord of the Rings, but like, how can I be sure? You know? How can I be sure that this is like? Does this look like Lord of the Rings to? I mean, it's clearly fabricated. They're in wigs. In my defense, I don't remember the actual subject of the song. Does that help? Does that help me at all? Does that help my case? Yeah, who's to say? Who's to say if that was a scene from Lord of the Rings? You'll go say hi to the Vine Collector. The validation. I hate seeing proof. I hate it. It makes me seem like a liar, which I am. Nah, fair do. Fair do. You came with receipts, and I appreciate that. It's doing this stupid thing again. Stab. Why is it? I want it to work normal. Why is it doing highlight? Normal lasso, please. Normal. Snap to rulers. Snap to special rulers. Is it a different lasso option down here? Select area. No. Why is it doing that? Magnetic? If I turn off magnetic? Glorious. Okay, grab that. Transform. Wait, all of this is on the same frick. That changes things. Okay. Want it to do normal, me to my brain. Yeah. Maybe not the first time I've yelled that into the ether. Imagine if you pilfer bones from the kitchen and keep them on you in a bag in case you find yourself in the pit. I mean, that's what I would do. That's absolutely what I would do. Jack, be nimble, Jack, be quick. Jack, have bones in sack on hip. Transform. Distort, skew, distort, maybe? There we go. I'm better off redoing it, I think. Let's get rid of that. Pilfer is such a good word. Is it illegal to pilfer? Yes. Yes, it is. Yes, it is illegal to pilfer. Thank you for asking. Frick. Your Honor, do I get brownie points for asking? No? Oh, okay. Okay. You gonna head off now? Thanks for hanging out, Frog. Look after yourself, bud. Have a good day. Pilfering is is perfectly permitted, Your Honor. Your Honor is a ruiner. Yeah, exactly. It's spoiling all the fun. Correct. %100% correct. Think the Bone Collector want to trade funny non-bone things he comes across with you instead for these animal carcasses? Oh, yeah, I reckon. Although the Bone Collector doesn't really collect any of the perhaps it's a case of like some things have found themselves embedded in the Bone Collector. So maybe the Bone Collector doesn't collect these miscellaneous things per chance, per se. Perhaps there'll be like a gemstone, like a ruby or like a candlestick or something that are just randomly embedded in the body of the Bone Collector that it's happy to trade bones for. Perhaps is the case. Jack be nimble, Jack be quick. Jack keeps bones in case in case he slips. If he stumbles, if he trips, he has the bones in the pit. Yeah, exactly. Boom. Classic. Permission to treat the judge as a party pooper. Permission absolutely granted. Not, quote, party pooper. If you establish a trade with him. Yes, exactly. It'd take a little bit of finagling, but I reckon you could do it. Maybe he doesn't pick them up or keep them on him. He just notes the locations. Yeah, okay. I know, I can see that. I see that working. An information broker. You're patient. Yeah. It would be a similar case. The classic, like, hey, DM, can I romance this dragon type deal. It's like, no, you can't romance the dragon just like immediately. Hey, a DM, can I play the long con and eventually romance this dragon? Okay, but I'm listening at that point, you know, if you're willing to put in the work. You're right, immunity. Yeah, exactly. I'd imagine that the pit raises some interesting, novel legal questions for the judge residing over the case. He was full of bones. Did he really need all of them? Yeah, exactly. He had so many. Imagine you come across someone whose birth certificate just lists place of birth as the pit. I would be so freaking excited at that point. Oh God, could you imagine? That's so good. I'd have so many questions. Is there a doctor in the pit? Is that the method of your birth being registered, you know? Like, how does that work? Is there paperwork in the pit? God, how? How does it? Is the bone collector a midwife? Exactly. Yeah, questions. Oh God. As soon as somebody elaborates by saying, hey, I'm just asking questions, I am immediately running. I'm immediately running. If it's pit-related questions, I don't know. The preface of, hey man, I'm just asking questions, it's such a red flag. Your name is Brad from the pit. You do acting. Believe it or not, Jade, Brad the Pit Goblin is absolutely an established character. Yeah, no, you take a tumble dive into the pit. Ask and you shall receive. Ghoulie, hi. How you going, bud? with the 13 as well. Hell yes. Hell yes. How you going? Doing well. Glad to hear it. Glad to hear it. How goes it? Yeah, good. Ghoulie, you'll be so proud of me. I woke up this morning during the day, in the morning time that I intended to. I did have to overcome like a bit of anxiety to actually get to stream, but I woke up well early, like well into the AM, in the early direction, not well into the AM. You know what I mean? I'm so happy. And the study's going pretty well as well. We're making quite a bit of progress. Mr. Worldwide, the Minotaur of the Pit, aka Pitbull. Glorious. You can all hear faint, high-pitched gnome grumbling and frantic bottle wine sound. Your potatoes! What happened? Love waking up at a good hour, well rested. That's the thing that I'm struggling with, is I'm technically well rested, but I also feel exhausted. I've got it chalked up as like, because my sleep was out of whack for so long that it's just my body readjusting and my energy levels are going to take some time. But I'm upset because I did the right thing, but I'm not immediately rewarded. Frick. You love waking up too? Hell yeah. Sorry, Stewie, I missed a couple of messages from you in YouTube chat. How you going? Does that mean that you're home now? Or at least on the loose? Feels like I have so much opportunity. Exactly, I have time now. I have time. This is the well-rested you worked so hard for. Right? Like, yeah, exactly, right? I put in all the effort and I'm not immediately rewarded. Frick. Need some help in character developing? How would a character who has a telemarketer become a sinner? Who was a telemarketer become a sinner? Assuming he deserved the title. Does it have to be related to telemarketing? Because if it has to be related to telemarketing, then I would say go in the direction of like scam telemarketing. And like basically robbing vulnerable people. That could be like sinner territory, right? Surely. Greed? Yeah, yep. Scam old people? Yeah, yep. You're on the loose and avoiding the cops? Perfect. Out of work, also avoiding the cops. Well done. Good on you. Either directly or indirectly. Yeah, okay. So, like, if it's to do with telemarketing stuff, then potentially scam. If it's not to do with telemarketing stuff, then potentially, like, gambling his life savings, their life savings away after hours. Like, spending all day working on telemarketing and then going home, stopping past the pokies on the way home, spending half of the income, at like potentially that being part of it, is like semi-infinite options, really. Or you have a pharmacist who puts toxin in the pills, which is on its own is scamming on a huge scale. Yeah, but that's more sort of like with the intent to do harm to health type deal. How would such crimes lead to his own death? Well, if it's the scam side of things, then it could be people looking for retribution. If it's the gambling side of thing, then it could be loan sharks. Good news and bad news. Potatoes are fine. Bad news, Brad put them in glass bottles to grow because he saw that cool trend where you can make shaped fruit veggies by putting them in different containers. New batch of potatoes will be delayed. Oh, dearie dear. Yeah, okay. I mean, there'll be fun souvenirs at the very least. rotate the canvas so it'll be easier to... Okay. Yep. Yep. Oops. Yep. Okay, that's the closest to a straight line that we're going to get, and then I can work from there. He died by group retribution via them strangling him with his own telephone cord. Yeah, well that's the vibe, right? You made it this time. Shampoo, hi. How you going? How you doing? How's your weekend? If you want to be accurate with the emoji. No, you're not supposed to pull eyeballs like that. They belong in the face. That boy needs a good long excursion sailing on threads. That would learn him. Speaking of, we need to... once they're fully stabilized, we need to sort out exactly how them threads be working. Specifically, we haven't had a lore stream in a while. We'll have a lore stream and we'll figure out how the ships work, how the ships actually cross the weave. I've been wanting to do that for a while. The weekend, visited the hospital and bought clothes. Missed last stream because you got into a scrap with the Sandman. All good, all good. I've been beefing it out with the Sandman for the entire weekend, so completely forgiven. You're all good. Ships like boats, yeah. So in Brink, the world which the Tavern exists in, there are these big continental divides, like in space. I'll pull up a quick image so I can show it. This one. So this is what Brink looks like, right? This is what Brink looks like. And the gaps between the plates have like this invisible substance stuff in between, known as the weave. And there are certain ships that can make travel across these expanses, and we haven't quite figured out how those ships interact with the threads yet. So that'll be a thing. That'll be a thing that we sort out in a lore stream upcoming. Look forward to it. The puzzle pieces, yeah, yep. Like the cold places separated. Yeah, yep. It's a plate that is entirely frozen. But yes, it sounds like you've had a little bit of up and downs across the weekend, shampoo. But clothes shopping is fun. Got new clothes, nice. I believe, if I read that correctly. And you bought clothes? Yeah, that's awesome. Anything in particular? Keep those penguinblins isolated. You don't trust them. Oh, dear, dear. Penguin goblins is maybe the most fantastical thing. Add in a little bit of brightness through here. What I'm slowly coming to learn is that there's quite a bit of tonal variety on just a regular wall. I'm comparing that to the rat image, right? And I feel as though I could have just more variety in the shadows here, surely, across the wall. I also am noticing that there's quite a bit of like glare from above. Even if there's not direct sunlight, it's just kind of glare hitting everything. So a little bit more glare up towards the top of the building, and then having a light gradient heading down as well would be quite nice. Your cat is holding your foot. Can never walk again. You've been chosen. Ah, you've been chosen. I'm so happy for you. You'll never be able to walk again, of course. But the chosen life is great in other aspects, you know? I need to ask Mahali if there's an open mic night. The equivalent to the open mic night is probably the Friday shared canvas, if anything. No, actually, if anything, it's Hearthsides. Hearthsides is probably where the open mic comes in. In regards to the ships, what if I stole from Treasure Planet Technology? We were thinking less solar sails and more almost giant sail ships that have like a spin, like a what are they called? The weaving wheels? What are they called? Sewing wheels? Linen wheels? You know, the ones that have like the pinprick thing on the... Though having that kind of mechanism at the back that like ties into the weaving fabric, something like that would be really cool. Sewing wheel, sewing something. I don't know the term. Bone Collector held an open mic once. Tore a guy named Michael open and stole his bones. God. I mean, hey, Bone Collector's gotta eat. What can I say? Sounds fun. Yeah, that's the thought. That's the thought. Needs to actually be like concretified, but... How are we doing for time? Oh, we've run out of time completely. Good Lord. We are officially at 4 hours. As of... now. Oops. Even though I do have to bounce in a second, I am planning on hanging out in the Discord for a little bit later while I do some work stuff. If people want to hang out, then that works. I'll be a little bit less chatty because I don't have to concentrate. It is commission work, but if people want company, that's where I'll be. The wheel part is the spinning jenny. Yeah, imagining some sort of contraption on the back of the ships, sort of like that literally weaves into the space threads, you know? I think the open mic night was in reference to Brad's poetry in the pit. Well, that's my thought. Oh, right. Okay, so that... There's not an open mic in that respect, in like the improv, like comedian / singing respect. Ships could be like flying shuttles used in looms. Yeah, yep. Loom. Not entirely the same thing, but loom was one of the words that I was trying to think of. Doesn't clash with your meaning, then yes. Yes. Sweet, perfect. So the ship is a spindle. Yeah, yep, correct. Is the plan. But we've got to make it official, you know. We've got to chat it out. You'll hang too. Just going to be spinning, which can be a bit brain numbing. All good. I've got some large paintings that I need to get done by Christmas-ish. I've gotten one of them done. I can't speak in details. So I'll speak in vaguities. I've gotten the first one done. Second one is set to be done by the end of the week, and then third one, good lord. Third one, I've got no idea. If I have to go, only woke up for water. Thirsty in your sleep. You're fighting a siphonophore in the desert in your dream. Terrifying. GG, yeah, GG, Stewie. Thanks for hanging out. I hope I didn't get you in trouble at work. I'm really happy with the study so far. I got a little bit distracted towards the end there, but that's okay. A lot of progress. A lot of progress. I'm getting there. But yeah. Oh no, Mild. I'm about to sign off. I'm so sorry. Mild. I am about to sign off. But as I was saying before, I am planning on hanging out in the Discord in about an hour for a little while I work, if that sounds interesting. No stress if it doesn't. Always a pleasure. Always fun chatting. Siphonophores are cute. They're the cutest bloom of working together jellyfish. They're jellyfish? Of course they are. Oh, of course they'd be jellyfish for you. Just woke up. Good morning. No pip for you. Yeah, dodged it by that much. But yes, thank you for hanging out, everyone. I hope you had fun. For those who raided, thank you very much for the raid. It was an absolute pleasure. It'll be a late stream tomorrow. I'll be committing to my usual stream schedule, fingers crossed, moving forward. So if you want my exact times, you'll find them down in the details below stream. But yes, have an excellent rest of your day or night, depending on where you are. Look after yourselves. I'll catch you later. Bye everybody, bye.